Kuzuba.
Now, if you
Now, Kuzuba, when you're just sitting there and you're zooming, like you're zoned out, you've zubared.
Okay, so Wazo.
every language on the planet has an equivalent.
Sure.
Okay, in Nigerian, what's the equivalent?
There's no such language as Nigerian.
Of course there is.
Where is it? No, but okay. The difference between that and Uwazo. Uwazo is
Well, that's contemplation.
Mawazo.
Mawazo.
Yes,
Okay.
contemplation, and it has an inclination towards worry.
Ah.
Yes, mawazo, thought process that has inclination towards worry. I am actually not giving you a definition, I'm explaining it.
Got it. So what's dream in Swahili?
Ota.
Okay. All right.
Dream of.
Things.
Night.
Dream. Like when you're sleeping, you dream?
Yeah.
Or
Daydream.
daydreaming?
That's quarter.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Sure.
I'm a
But
little
then
bit
there's-
knowledgeable that I was 5
There's
years ago.
dream, like I have a dream, like hoping. That's not quarter.
And what
That
is
is
that?
now kutarajia.
Oh, okay.
Expect.
All right. So zub is a thing. Okay, cool.
Zuba is the proper word.
Okay.
Like kudua.
Cool.
Kudua. Now that's when you're shocked.
Okay, shocked. Sometimes when I was a shockada, but he's actually shocked.
Okay. Wow. Okay.
Shocked.
All right.
You know, languages by their very nature are even more interesting when you understand them or hear them within the context of, say, mother tongue influence. Huh? For instance, I was wondering also on the weekend how it is that people from my neck of the woods will refer to themselves in the plural, okay? Sisi, that is, referring to themselves. Then he goes back to the singular, amesema. and my thoughts went to this communal understanding of things and always looking at things from a communal perspective. So it's like the view I have is actually collective. It's not just me who thinks this way.
Yeah.
Other people think
also
like me. This is just my musing.
Right.
So the CC comes in.
Yeah.
But then the Mimi now is I on behalf of them who's delivering
I'm
it.
representing
Yes.
them.
So then Mimi, Nina. Okay.
I think these musings of yours actually make a lot of sense.
No, I was thinking about it because I remember I came across someone who exemplified this parody that I have to the letter. I had to genuinely, literally bite my tongue because I really wanted to laugh. And they knew they were communicating to me in excellent Kiswahili. And I was saying, "Woi."
If only he knew.
Yes. But then there's also a second element of the language of your birth, if it's the first language you're taught to speak, influencing the way you think.
True.
So any language you speak thereafter is influenced by the formations of that particular language. Yes. Like if you ask someone whose first language is, say, English, to construct a sentence in Kiswahili, you see it very, very clearly. They construct the way they would construct a sentence in Kiswahili.
In English.
True. Unless, of course, they understood the structure of language.
Yes, and they understood the differences. Like, for
Yeah.
instance, if you take a language like French, which has feminine, I'm told, masculine words, all right? Now, that one throws me off completely.
Yeah.
But if you don't understand that little, it's not even a nuance, it's a reality,
Yeah.
then the language may be a bit difficult for you to comprehend.
Sure.
Yes. So, Sisi, amemaliza mazungumzo.
Okay. Well, there it is for us.
Yeah. Sasa wacha angalie hii maneno.
You're fine though, Eric?
I am fine. How are you?
Fine, thank you.
Good.
Yes.
Very good. Very good. Keep it right here for the show today. We will be discussing a number of things. Is the president going to be holding a meeting? Yes, he will be holding a virtual meeting with various key stakeholders, looking at how COVID-19 is behaving countrywide and also looking at the economy and the various decisions that ought to be made. Thereafter, it's expected that this afternoon the president will deliver a national address and tell us what to do in the coming days. It's widely expected that he will now say, ease up more of the measures. For example, maybe open up some of the sectors of the economy that are still closed, maybe reduce the number of hours, curfew hours, or remove altogether. We'll be discussing that. But also, there is a new report that was released by research company Infotract yesterday that says Emuhaya's MP Milemba is the best performing member of parliament according to his constituents. He scored highest. So we'll be looking at the best and worst performing members of parliament according to their own constituents. And also, we will be speaking with the political party people on what's happening now. There's the issue from the Chief Justice. We have Deputy President William Ruto in a frenzy, according to the Standard. Then we have Raila Odinga, the leader of ODM, who is the unlikely underdog for 2022, according to the Nation. We'll be looking at that, discussing that later. Let's begin where we always begin. COVID-19. Now that there's no COVID in Kenya, let's look at COVID in other countries.
No, let's look at COVID in Kenya, because on the day before the president is supposed to make this announcement, the case number has doubled to what it was over the last fortnight. All right, 244 cases from a sample size of 3,000. Over the last 2 weeks, it has been on an average of 120. So there's a double in terms of numbers there. And I think it was just, ironic, interesting that it happened yesterday, 24 hours before.
Is it really?
I think it's interesting.
No, it's interesting.
Coincidental or not?
Yes.
Or is it a coincidence?
Yeah. But carry on.
Right. And on the same day, we have Dr. Patrick Amoth telling Kenyans that, I'm a bit worried about this because we're likely to see a second and much higher wave in the country as we continue testing. Right. It is on the same day that the Kenya Medical Association was very worried and made these worries public about the opening of schools, because they were sure that if children got infected at a high rate, that the health system in the country would not be able to handle, and that they wanted to, if this opening of schools was actually going to take place, they wanted to make sure, or at least urge the government to make sure, that there were health centers within schools or within the vicinity of schools to make sure that they could handle any high infection rates. Okay. This all happened yesterday. Yes, CT?
Is it consistent? Was it like a build-up from Saturday, Friday? Because we see this all the time. When the president is about to make an announcement, we see from the medical side, we see some narrative. From the other side, the political side, we see a different narrative.
Well, I think, especially from the Ministry of Health, if we've been listening, unfortunately, the voices have not been very loud. But if we've been listening to what the Ministry of Health has been saying over the last 2 weeks, from Dr. Mercy Mwangangi to Rashid Aman to Dr. Patrick Amoth to CS Kagwe himself, they've been saying, you know what, guys, we see the number dropping. However, we also know that we've not been testing in a manner in which we would like to test. But we ask Kenyans to be extremely vigilant when it comes to precautionary measures, because the possibility of infections is still quite high. We also are not quite sure in terms of the numbers. So
the warnings have been consistent.
From the Ministry of Health.
Yes, but the alarm bells haven't been consistent.
No, the voice has not been loud enough, in my opinion.
You see, and also partnering with other agencies who people listen to, like our religious organizations, our cultural organizations, and should I also add our political leadership and other arms of government, this concerted effort where everyone and anyone can be included, that hasn't actually happened. Not with the strength it should. Words have been thrown in that direction. We've heard them. I was about to say, we've seen the words. We actually can't see the words. But words have gone in that direction. But the reality is, what Dr. Amoth is saying, true as it is, he's telling us the obvious. Anyone who cares to understand anything about COVID and just reads a little bit, not too much, no research-related matters here, will know that what Dr. Amoth is saying is repeating something that is known. It's in the public domain. Now, it brings us to the role of and the responsibility of the Ministry of Health and what they ought to have been doing. Yes, we know there's this committee that's supposed to include everybody. We know all this. Just like we know there was that Harambee committee. Yes, we know
where that money goes.
Yes, we know there was a Harambee committee. See, if I leave it there, it's okay. Yes.
It's okay.
Yes, there was a Harambee committee. Now, we know all these things. But we also know that the president has a brain trust that advises him. Now, this is a group of people. I dare say that you wouldn't be able to find Kenyans who understand their subject matter relating to what we currently have more than the people who have that brain trust. And they advise the president.
They do.
Okay? So the president comes out and says it. But there are those people who are supposed to operationalize these things that are known. Now, unfortunately, the ball has gotten dropped somewhere along the line. And here we are. Because if you look around you, if it's political rallies,
World Tourism Day.
We are back. Yeah, we are back to that, aren't we? What are these things called? These gigs where people come out and sing and dance in large crowds. What are those things
Concerts?
called? Hey, concerts.
Voila. Okay. I wasn't sure where you were going, but okay.
Yes.
Concerts, those ones
Yes,
where they
yes.
sing and dance.
Yes, and then they're in large crowds and they're close to each other, sardine packed, okay? And then some politicians also join them, dancing the next song, things like that. These things are important, but at such a time, what message do they send?
Absolutely.
That one incident, those two incidents, those three incidences, believe me,
That's enough.
the country looks and says, there's no COVID. What are you
That's
doing?
enough.
COVID.
It's enough to tell people that there's no COVID.
Last week we had it, the week after that we had it. What? No COVID. What COVID?
What are you talking about? Let me quote what Dr. Moth said. The main cause for worry at this stage is the second wave of infections, which will result in a health emergency. That's the main cause of concern, at least from the point of the
The
ministry.
person who writes his speeches needs a refresher. What is he talking about? What on earth is that statement?
You should be afraid.
From the very beginning, this pandemic lent itself to that statement before the second wave, third wave, fourth wave. That was always the case. And that's why money was being given to the counties so that they're prepared at that level. So
And yet-
what on earth is he talking about?
Warning signals.
He's not
are
in touch
foreign.
with reality.
Yeah,
The
warning
reality
signals,
is that there's no
unfortunately, are
COVID.
being sent after the fact. Yeah, Eric is still on that point. There's no COVID. What are you people talking about?
This guy has been sitting there quietly with a smirk on his
So
face.
that he can just give
It's
that
like-
final
it's like,
blast.
Okay, you guys just carry on.
Oh,
Carry on.
story
Carry on,
mingi.
Mingi, okay. Then, when we now take that deep breath, he says, guys, what is the matter with you?
No
What?
COVID.
What COVID?
All this shouting, you're shouting.
And you know what is truly odd? That is something I spoke to a total of, I think, 10 people over the weekend whom I don't ordinarily talk to. And I brought the matter of COVID. Well, without Haki, all of them, all told me, Lakini Muga, this COVID you're talking about,
Where is it?
I thought, okay, this guy is a little off the radar. So I talked to somebody else. Hey? Spoke to relatives at home. Same, I said, let me try a bit more. I gave up. At some point, I said, this problem we have is bigger than we think.
I'm telling you.
Yeah. No, COVID has joined everything else. People don't say that there's no malaria.
People
Okay.
don't say that there's no flooding.
Yeah.
People don't
I
say
mean,
that
it's one of those.
It's with us.
It's with us. So now are we not going to? So because it rained yesterday, so now we're not going to get out of our homes because it flooded yesterday, and it could flood today.
When someone tells you that they're sorry they can't talk to you for long because they're going for a youth meeting. So you ask, so how many are you? Said, the whole church. Said, the whole what?
Said somebody. They can't.
I said, but you guys, this COVID, then you're given a response and you say, I've heard you. I was stumped because I don't even know where to start this conversation.
Yeah.
And what to say because this person isn't seeking my opinion.
No, they're just telling you.
No, they're just giving me information about what they're going to do based on the information they have and the reality which
Matter
they're
of
living.
factly, yeah.
Yes.
That's the reality of our time. 17 minutes after 6. So, is there COVID in the country? Is there no COVID in the country? And then, what do we expect the president to do? We'll be looking at that later. Let's take a break now and take a look at the weather, what's happening in the skies. Our live stream is up, www.spicefm.co.ke, Spice FM KE, YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter. Our usual friends in the morning. Lawrence Carrier is up and running. Geoffrey Muchama is in Kisumu Kibos watching live. And of course, Dorcas Kimoto in Malindi says, haya, sisi ameamuka vizuri, anasikia tuk-tuk akipita huko kwa barabarani. Good morning. Sisi wewe ataambia nini Dorcas?
All right. So that I can contextualize it. Sisi, Mimi, okay. I've covered the community. Now I'm back to myself. Mimi,
You're speaking for them.
yes, anasema. Okay. If you guys are going to be laughing at
Please, Finn. Okay, sorry.
my
Don't.
rendition-
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Spice up your life. The weather with Spice FM.
All right, let's look at what it looks like this Monday morning. It's cloudy in Nairobi at 14 degrees. Partly cloudy conditions going to carry through the rest of the day with highs of 25. Looking into Nyeri, 14 and mostly cloudy as well. A chance of rain later, going to highs of 23. 23 will be the high in Nakuru today. It's partly cloudy at the moment and a chance of thunderstorms later on. Partly cloudy conditions in Eldoret through today at 13 degrees, going to highs of 22. Kisumu is partly cloudy at 19, going to highs of 27, and a chance of showers later. It'll also be a wet day in Kakamega in the afternoon, highs of 26, currently partly cloudy at 16 degrees. Cloudy conditions in Mombasa at 24 will herald the rain later with highs of 29 and lows of 23. It's cloudy in Malindi as well, hold the rain, highs of 29 and lows of 24. Kampala is mostly cloudy at 19 degrees, going to highs of 26 and lows of 18 with a chance of rain later. There's also a chance of rain in Dar es Salaam today. It's partly cloudy, however, at 23, going to highs of 29. And we'll take a look into Johannesburg, where it's clear at 8 degrees, highs of 24 and lows of 7, and sunny conditions throughout the day. It's 30 degrees in Lagos. Highs will be just that today and coming down to lows of 24. Let's take a look east, where in Beijing it's foggy this morning at 22. Cloudy conditions through most of the day with highs of 27 and lows of 16. London is cloudy at 11. It'll rise to a high of 18 and come down to lows of 10. It's a rainy morning in Paris at 13 degrees. It'll rise to highs of 13 as temperatures begin to drop in the French city, and lows of 12. We'll finish up in New York. Still Sunday night. We'll go to highs of 26 and lows of 21 today, and cloudy conditions throughout the Big Apple.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah!
You're listening to Spice FM. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4
21 minutes
Spice.
after 6 CT, today's proverb.
If there is cause to hate someone, the cause to love has just begun.
No way.
That tugs at my heartstrings.
Let me repeat this profound
Or
proverb.
maybe it's just the end.
There
cause to love.
is always that possibility. If there is cause to hate someone, the cause to love has just begun.
No way.
This is one of those proverbs that traverses very many modern territories because it follows the community. With colonization, very many communities were divided. So some you find even in 3 countries, some even in 4 countries. This is a saying you find among the Wolof, you find it in Gambia, you find it in Senegal. Yes.
All right. If there is cause to hate someone,
The cause to love has just begun.
begun.
Remember the thing about proverbs, what you like about them, you know, they're always definitive. There's no if and but and perhaps. Will, must, can.
Shall?
Yes.
While we're at it.
Has.
Will.
Okay. All right. So let's look at the headlines. Today is World News Day. So it's a very appropriate day for us to look at the news in a different light.
Why is it World News Day?
Actually, why is it World News Day?
Yes, I mean, why today?
Why today?
Of all
What's
days?
the importance
Yes,
of
yes,
today?
Yes.
There must be something. There must be something. I'll tell
Because
you.
we have news every day. So why is this particular
What
day
is the
chosen to
significance
inaugurate?
of the 28th day of September to become World News Day, right?
I mean, there are very many reasons, but as we ponder, why don't we look at the headline? There's
Yeah.
this particular one that I want to look at, the Business Daily. CRB listing freeze ends as loan defaults jump. Let me repeat this.
Okay, repeat.
CRB listing freeze ends as loan defaults jump.
Aye.
Yes. The central bank had a 6-month suspension on blacklisting defaulters. It's going to expire on Wednesday.
So 6 months. Expires at the end of the month.
6 months seems to be the magic. 6 seems to be the magic number. Remember the funding we had for the youth, Linda Vijana, Peleka Mbele, all these, you know. Why are you laughing?
Peleka Mbele. What is Peleka Mbele?
See, I'm summarizing a group term for all those programs that the government had for ensuring that people who didn't have jobs, people who were disenfranchised by COVID could be helped. Yes, that's Peleka Mbele.
Saidia Mama.
Mama, Linda Mgongo. All these ones, if you look at them, they had a 6-month shelf life. Yes. And it was explained to us, I think very clearly, that it was budget funding available for this period of time. So now the question that one should ask is, round 2.
How is it going to be? Yeah.
Is there going to be a round 2?
Will there be? And I think, unfortunately, it looks like people are going to be thrown into the deep end here. I mean, we're already teeter-tottering at the brink of the deep end. But we're getting to the point where, at the end of the 6 months, regardless of what the situation was previously, people are in a worse off situation than they were. Whereby at the beginning of this, people maybe had a little bit in their pocket to be able to help out their situation. But as time has progressed, if you're out of a job, you're still out of a job. If you had a reduced pay, you still have a reduced pay. So this coming to an end on Wednesday.
Actually, it isn't as though normalcy has been maintained. The situation is worse.
That's exactly what I'm saying. It's worse. So you're worse off than you were 6 months ago because of what COVID has essentially brought. So now with the ending of this cap at the end of this month, it doesn't mean that people are going to suddenly start paying if they defaulted. They're probably going to be in a worse off situation than they were before.
Yes, but again, the article says that is if this moratorium is not extended. You see, where the problem arises, and this is where now you have an opportunity to look and see what it is the government had planned to actually help its citizenry. 6 months, we laud it, we applaud it, it was good, but this pandemic didn't have that 6-month clause.
Didn't have a time frame.
No, it's continuous.
Didn't come and say, I'm going to be here for 6 months.
It didn't.
No.
It didn't.
So do you think the moratorium should be extended?
I personally think it should. I understand the 6 months clause because 6 months as we see what's happening as we see what to do next. The logic to me is sound, but the logic right now as I look around, the situation that we are in is worse than the situation we were in when this was put in place.
True.
So because of that, the extension becomes necessary, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Yes.
I can't argue with that, actually.
Yes.
I really can't. Because you're going to hear cries, you're going to see higher defaults, you're going to see...
and then you've thrown in something else that we didn't have before. We have children going back to school. Huh?
How will that be?
Yes. And there's Christmas, which we celebrate irrespective of what's happening in the country.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Other news?
So, this is a study that's being carried out, or a report that was brought through by The Standard. How C-section births became new cash cows. Money Talks. Numbers show that there have been a 10,000% rise in payouts for cesarean deliveries as more mothers ditch normal births.
10,000% jump.
Yeah.
Over what period?
Okay, so let's look at this. Kenyan mothers are now more likely to be delivered via cesarean section compared to 3 years ago. So over 3 years, there's been a 10,000% increase, according to data on payouts made to hospitals as compensation for birth-related services. Since the introduction of the Linda Mama program, I think that's what CT was referring to earlier, which offers free maternity and neonatal services, the number of women delivering in hospital has soared. Consequently, there has been an almost 10,000% increase in payouts by the National Hospital Insurance Fund for CS deliveries during the same period. 2017, NHIF paid 5.5 million for the surgical procedure before the figure shot up to 486 million in 2020. The amount, however, is just a fraction of more than 4 billion shillings paid for maternity-related services. According to NHIF Chief Executive Officer Peter Kamunyo, though the number of CS deliveries is increasing, the program in general has provided, or rather has benefited more women who would have otherwise not had access to hospital delivery services. But there's a huge difference in CS delivery costs, with public hospitals charging anywhere between 50,000 to 100,000 shillings, while costs in private facilities can be more than 300,000 shillings for the procedure.
Is there a reason given for this preference?
Yeah. So the preference given by, or rather, the reason given by lots of women why women opt for C-section. Number one, medical reasons. If they have a pre-existing condition like high blood pressure, preeclampsia, things like that, they rather go for the C-section because there's an element of surety that comes with it, right? Fear of pain, which is a big one. The labor pains are not fun. Behavioral influence and myths that, things will happen to your body should you give birth naturally. Things will not bounce back as it should. Potential high income by medics and hospitals. Reduced time spent on active management of labor by medics.
Okay.
So they can deliver more in a day.
So this is now the reason given by medics. This is why medics would prefer to advise a woman to go for...
Medics and women themselves. Poor eating habits that deprive the mother of energy and stamina to push. So those are the reasons being given by medics and by women. So
I think apart from like the first two, the others sound a bit cosmetic.
I think so. Yeah, especially now when you look at something like behavioral influence and myths.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you hear it very many times that it's a doctor who will advise you. I mean, give you that option. I mean, you can elect to go for CS. I mean,
We can schedule your day, you come in, you don't have to wait until something takes you.
yeah. So
She's
basically,
quite
there's no
surprised at the middle of the
discouragement.
night.
Is if you say CS, they're like, okay,
See, for the longest time, CS was almost considered an emergency.
it was
procedure.
It's
emergency.
an emergency option.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, what we're seeing is it becoming the norm.
Yep.
Yes.
Now, it may be the norm because it's preferred by women, but when you take the view that oftentimes women take the advice of their gynecologists.
Yep.
So, and if you also bear in mind some of the complaints and issues we've had arising from medical practice and how it is a lot of the practices, anecdotally speaking, of course, have lent itself to making money as opposed to providing what we may call affordable healthcare. So against a background like that, something like this that may very well arise from the choices that people have made will be looked at with a second eye.
I know that there are quite, just from even studies done on work that we've done in the past, you know that there are quite a number of doctors who encourage women to go for the CS because obviously it's more money in their pocket. But you'd be surprised at the numbers of women who go for an elective CS.
Let me
because of
ask.
these
So the other question then would be: are there very many associated risks with the cesarean section? So if you can afford it, is there anything that would tell you, let's discourage you from going through a cesarean section?
No, it's safer. That's just the truth.
Okay.
Quote unquote safer because the doctor knows exactly what they're doing. They go in, they take the baby out. During a natural birth, you don't know what's going to happen. If the baby is breached, for example, during a CS, you go and you take it out, as opposed to trying to turn it over when during a natural birth. So there are many things that you don't have control over during a natural birth. But at the same time,
Even the risk of fistula,
yeah, many things. Many women don't want to have
because
to
that's
deal with
something
those
that
risks.
actually happens. There are very many women who will go through the normal birth, and because of something happening during that procedure, they end up having a vesicovaginal fistula.
True. It's true. But again, on both sides, there are very many myths that surround all of this. And I really do think that a lot of maternal advocacy and education is important. Because you'll find even people that you believe are educated and they are woke, CT's favorite word, may not actually have an idea of what goes on around this.
Yes, sisi amekubali na wewe.
28 minutes to 7. Let's take a break. Let's see what's happening on the roads this early Monday morning. Roads coming into Nairobi, leaving out Nairobi and other major towns, Mombasa, Nakuru, Kisumu. What's happening? So Nduoko will be telling us shortly.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise.
You're listening to Spice FM. traffic.
Okay, it's Monday morning. We're going to have an influx of traffic into the NMA today. It is, after all, a day after the weekend. So we expect heightened levels of traffic coming in on Mombasa Road as well as the Thika Superhighway. Let's take a look at that right now, however. On Mombasa Road, all the way from the Weybridge, heading then towards the SGR. It's moving slowly. We expect that this morning, and then as you get down towards the Nyeri Stadium roundabout, it's going to take you a little bit of time. It's moving slowly this morning. It's probably going to clog up in a while, so if you haven't left, now might be a good time to do so. Coming off of Thika Road, getting into the CBD as well, it's clogging up at around the Pangani underpass. Kiambu Road already a sandwich. Let's see how that opens up in a short while, but nothing major at the moment going on. The roads are still being sorted out in industrial area, so we're going to see that. Everybody anticipating that things will open up. There's been traffic anyway. Let's take a look in about half hour and see how things may have changed. Let us know also what you see. Spice FMKE is how you can reach us on Twitter.
Spice FM, Malindi. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4.
7. Let's look at more headlines in the papers. What do you have, Ndu?
Okay, so the good, the bad, and ugly of COVID times. That is what we'll be looking at later on today. Just looking at several things that have happened. I thought it was interesting that they chose to talk about how top leaders break COVID rules. The heightened political activity around the country, even as the health ministry continues to urge citizens to observe COVID-19 safety protocol, is an indictment of our top leadership. President Uhuru Kenyatta, his deputy William Ruto, and ODM leader Raila Odinga have reverted to the old normal, flouting health safeguards with abandon, while everybody else is compelled to strictly strictly observe regulations put in place to contain the spread of the coronavirus disease. Our politicians are busy setting a bad example for the country and for the masses. It's ironical that while Health Secretary, Cabinet Secretary Mutahi Kagwe and his team have constantly reminded Kenyans to wear masks, keep social distance, and sanitize, his bosses have been defying these orders in public. Citizens who break the law have been arrested, arraigned, and slapped with heavy fines. There have also been instances where public gatherings have been stormed by law enforcers over failure to observe social distance rules. Nairobi Senator Johnson Sakaja had to relinquish his position as chairman of the Senate Ad Hoc Committee on COVID-19 after being arrested in a bar for flouting curfew. Places of worship and business and social joints still face restrictions that have crippled the economy, yet political overlords have thrown caution to the wind as they preside over huge gatherings.
Because of the presence of the Mombasa governor, Ali Hassan Joho, nobody was arrested yesterday at the Mamangina waterfront as the concert was there held to celebrate and mark World Tourism Day.
So you're saying, had he not
People
been
had
there?
their masks on, their chins.
Okay. Had their masks on, their chins.
You're talking about the chin mask.
The chin mask,
You
yes.
know, I've realized there are actually two different apparati.
Yeah.
There is a face mask
And a
there's
chin
a
mask.
mask.
I've even seen the head one.
There's a head mask.
There's a head mask.
So these people had the chin mask.
They had the chin mask.
They had the chin mask.
Yeah. Physical distancing was kept to bear 1.5 centimeters.
The physical distancing was in the ocean.
How far they were from the sea.
You know how far
Yeah.
they were from
They
the
were
sea.
all
Absolutely
fairly-
no arrests made.
Yes, but if you arrest all those people, where are you going to take them?
Yeah.
Unless you say, okay, you're all under arrest here.
Stay here.
So you're not moving from here. But if I'm to look at the headlines on the Star, there is a picture, very clear picture, of the deputy president on a tour of Bumula, Bungoma County yesterday.
Yep.
Here, there are no chin masks.
Even face
There are
masks.
no forehead masks. There are no face masks. People are just generally in close, tight fellowship. They are next to each other, literally. So, and I'm sure if we were to look at pictures of other political leaders elsewhere, we'll find that this is something that is repeated over and over. There is no political leader who can be excused from this.
Nope.
All the leadership that we speak of in this country have the same issue. If they are in a place where there is a gathering of people, the cardinal basic rules of COVID safety out of the window completely, or out of any opening that may provide itself. Gone.
Gone.
Totally.
Gone.
Totally.
Gone.
So we also see, pictures on social media of some of the social places that people have gone to over the weekend. And the same thing is happening. People are just out there making merry. The issue of distance and all, forget it. The good, the bad, and the ugly of COVID times. But churches are still trying. Churches are really trying to maintain, well, the mainstream churches
The mainstream churches are trying to
really
maintain
trying
these.
to maintain this.
They are doing an excellent job, really, and they shouldn't stop. If you consider the population of this country, if as a percentage, given us something like 87%, who actually adhere to the dictates, or at least are recognized as adhering to the dictates of the church, that's a large population to influence, very large. And if they persist in this, I believe they will make a decent enough dent. They will significantly contribute in the positive direction of this fight.
Okay.
Yes.
Page 12 of The Nation, counties' COVID spending exposes lack of planning. So this, according to this story, there is an analysis carried out by The Nation on the Special Budget Review Implementation Report on utilization of funds by county governments towards COVID-19 interventions. Very long name for a report. It was tabled before the Senate Ad Hoc Committee on COVID-19, and it's showing that Kiambu and Machakos lead in paying hefty allowances for medical workers, basically just looking at how money was spent. Many of the counties that spent money, Mandera spent 245.48 million shillings on PPEs, followed by Kakamega, which is headed by, of course, the Council of Governors Chairman, Wycliffe Oparanya. They spent 207 million shillings on PPEs. Kilifi spent 182 million shillings on PPEs. Looking at other things that, county governments have done. So, for instance, from the analysis, the county spent 2 billion shillings in sprucing up facilities, creating isolation centers and other medical interventions. This raises queries on where annual health development budgets that counties have been receiving since 2013 have gone to. If this is the time when they were spending money to spruce up and creating isolation centers and other medical interventions, so it raises the question, since 2013 you've been receiving money and health is a devolved function, so what have you been spending this money on? Was it just on paying salaries? The country was racing towards strengthening the health systems with the debate on the number of ICUs raging and all, it was only Migori, Trans Nzoia, Murang'a, Wajir, Kilifi and Kakamega that actually budgeted for and spent funds in increasing or building new ICU units. Data from the Control of Budget shows. County spent 106 million shillings on fuel on average, translating to 1 million litres on average at 106 per litre, all right? Taita Taveta was the biggest spender on this category of fuel. 24 million shillings, driven by its purchase of 2 vehicles at 19 million shillings. Hotel, food and accommodation costs stood at 30 million shillings. Mandera spent a whopping 66 million shillings on hotel, food and accommodation for medical teams.
Could I possibly ask, the expenditure clearly explained, results. Having spent this money, for instance, let's start with the PPEs. Are we saying, therefore, that over the period that this money was spent, these counties did not experience any problem with PPEs, that all the people who needed PPEs had them in sufficient numbers? Simple question.
No, I'm not sure.
If I am to look at each and every of those counties, is there any of those counties that has not had an industrial issue with their health workers?
Nay.
What I'm saying is this. It is one thing to spend, but alongside the expenditure should come the outcomes of that expenditure, should it not?
Yep.
When we say we're building a road, usually, or recapping it,
You
You
need
can
to see
see.
the thing.
yes, that's the whole point.
So
Yeah.
maybe you can say Taita Taveta, because they bought 2 vehicles, you can see the 2 vehicles. All right? The counties of Migori, Trans Nzoia, Murang'a, Wajir, Kilifi and Kakamega that actually budgeted and spent funds on building ICU units, you can see the ICU units. All right? So the question would be justifying the cost versus what you're seeing.
I'm not even going to go that
Others-
route at the moment, but carry on, please.
Others, for example, the ones that spent money on allowances for medical workers. Remember when the issue of medical workers' allowances first reared its head? Counties like Machakos and the governor Alfred Mutua said, no, we must give an extra allowance to our healthcare workers because we are putting them on the front line of this. So counties like Machakos and others spent a lot on healthcare workers, and I was just seeing that figure here. 980 million shillings paying medics allowances from March to July, with Kiambu, Kakamega and Machakos counties as the highest spenders. So did we have issues of industrial action or complaints from the workers in Machakos, Kakamega, Kiambu? I don't remember.
Kiambu, I don't remember. Machakos, I clearly did not read of any.
Kakamega either.
Kakamega, no. The point I'm trying to make here is that all these counties have monies which are intended. Remember, there was the emergency funding, quite aside from what they had budgeted for,
Yep.
that was meant for certain things directly related to COVID. Now, what we read is a report of the money having been spent. And I'm asking, we understand it is good it has been spent. Now, the thing it was spent on, the things it was spent on, is it possible for us to actually have a look-see?
Yep.
If it actually happened.
Yep.
Just that. A peek would be sufficient.
I think so. I think it really has to become something that is habitual.
A proper audit.
It
Look
has
back
to
and
be
say,
something
so
that's done
this is
regularly.
what you say you spent the money
Yeah.
on shows.
Across board. Because it's always been that, all right, budget, then there was allocation of these funds, and then there was release of such funds, and then that's it.
Yeah.
It should be a habitual thing that public money is used. It should be accounted for.
There's also, when you mentioned it, Ndu, there's you brought into, I think, this discussion a perspective that I think needs to be hammered home. Public money. Because it appears that when money is within government, whether it is a county government or the national government, it is assumed that those who handle it, it is theirs.
It's theirs.
It's government
And
money.
it's government money, and they treat it like theirs. It's like money that you've kept in a drawer, and you can
Then
sort
you're
of
giving people a
yeah,
little.
you're dishing it out. It's public money meant for that public good.
There you go.
But now the reason why the issues keep coming up is because that public good isn't seen, it isn't visible. Or should I say it isn't readily visible? Okay, because if you said so and was visible, then the discussion would be different.
Yeah.
You'd say, this has been done, so what remains is this.
Is this?
But even that, there's a problem with that even. And all these counties have a communication department. All.
Of course.
All.
Yes.
That information can be made.
It can be made.
It can be made
It can be made available.
Yes.
Somebody who calls himself Vincent, Governor 048, says, welcome back after the weekend. Faring well in giving Ndu the Swahili lesson. But then now Vincent proposes, why don't you people make it a habit of presenting in Swahili on Wednesdays and Fridays so that Ndu becomes a fluent Swahili speaker?
Actually, we need to inform our, is it a brother or a sister?
Vincent.
Brother. Ndu actually understands Kiswahili.
I do.
She even speaks it fairly well. Is that every once in a while, she has this crisis moment. When the Nigerian she was brought up to speak that language called Nigerian.
It interferes with.
It interferes with the Kiswahili. Then we have a problem.
We have a problem.
Yes.
And she zubas.
Then she zubas, and then she comes and asks, this word zuba, is it really, because there's too much Z in it. Is it genuinely Kiswahili? And I'm saying, yes, it is.
13 minutes to 7.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise.
You're listening to Spice FM. spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
11 minutes to 7. More headlines in the papers this morning. Siri, what are you looking at?
EU quashes 3.6 billion funding over the eviction of the Ogieks. A little background here. The 6-year program, 2014 to 2020, the EU had an understanding, signed an agreement with the Kenyan government, which was supposed to benefit 11 counties. Okay? Now, the idea was that it was supposed to protect the water towers and the climate change mitigations and programs aimed at eradicating poverty in these particular areas. Right? That was the idea. 6 years. 2018, this program came against headwinds. The headwinds was this, we refer to it as people being evicted from the Mao, isn't it?
Yeah.
But it's not just people. There are specific people whose heritage was actually, they were forest dwellers, if you just start that way, okay? Now, there were reports of human rights abuses. Now, as a result of that, the EU at that particular point in time suspended this and said, no, until we sort out these things. Remember, we're supposed to alleviate poverty and do these things. Somehow what's happening here isn't in tandem with what we intended this money for. So we're suspending it. But it was 2014 to 2020. That time within which that agreement was supposed to be actioned lapsed. Now, why this caught my attention was how it is things that we do infringe on the very things that we're also trying to do for the benefit of the people, all right? That people needed to be moved, the government has put forward their case. What I haven't heard of in sufficient detail is the case of the dwellers as to why, because this case doesn't come to an end.
No.
There's one group of people who are moved, there's yet another group who are there. How they moved there, why they moved there, the circumstances, and why they have difficulties moving out. This is a story that has to be told, in my opinion, with a lot more clarity and in greater detail. But the EU simply looked at the one aspect of human rights abuses. Now, where does this come in? It's the manner in which people were removed.
Right.
The manner in which they were treated. Remember, buildings were burnt. Remember, schools were burnt. Remember. Now, these are things the government, I'm sure, will argue and say notices were given. It's a debate that can go on. But the one which is overriding in my mind was it absolutely necessary to do it this way?
To do it this way.
Now, I don't know what it is that the government had done prior to this, which has probably not been mentioned or has not come up in the public domain. But the EU did not find it in compliance with their own rules and with their own understanding of human rights. So, that particular money, if I may use an expression,
Window?
How much of it had been spent by the time they were withdrawing the support?
Actually, they don't give the details, but what is certain was that there were 2 more years into the program remaining. 4 years, 4 years of spending had already taken place. Yes.
So this withdrawal of support actually happened 2 years ago.
Yes.
Okay. Why is it
The understanding was that they'd been trying to sort this thing out before. The lapse was in 2020 when the contractual understanding would come to an end. But in that time, the end of the contract, I think, superseded any understanding that they may have had. But with such understanding, layman's understanding, if you put forward a good case, since the money had been allocated, it is possible for that timeline to be extended. It is possible.
Why is it in the news now?
Well, it is in the news now for the simple reason that the people who live in that particular region, it isn't that the situation has lessened. We hear more and more and more cases. And what was of particular interest to me was that this is money that could have been used to do a lot of things that are needed in such an area. Because if you are trying to conserve an area and the people living in it, I would assume that in it, there is a little money that takes into consideration, should we say, reparation for the issues or the individuals, ensuring that the movement is humane, I assume. My assumption may be completely wrong, but That is my assumption.
That would be the assumption that
Yes,
you would do
because
something like that.
this debate would not take place if all you're saying was that there were no people living there. All you need to do was plant trees. There would be no issue. If there were waterways that had been clogged up with due to soil erosion, again, this discussion wouldn't take place. There would be no human rights.
There would be. Okay.
Okay.
So, speaking of waterways and things like that and forceful removal, it's a red flag that's up now as swelling in the Rift Valley lakes wreak havoc. Alarm has been sounded at the rising water levels in Rift Valley lakes, which have swallowed homes, utilities, and displaced animals in parks. Just last week, we looked at the story of the small island off of Lake Baringo. And now, with pictures that we saw over the weekend of what once was the entrance to the Lake Nakuru National Park being submerged, the lake waters are extending at a high speed, worrying residents and scientists who seem not to have sufficient explanations as rains have not fallen in huge volumes over the last few months. However, they did fall previously. And now the excess water that fell as a result of that previous flooding is now what is affecting those areas.
How long ago is this previous? I mean, how long did this water take to travel?
Well, I mean, we're looking at months, right? There were heavy rains that took place between the months of
So
February.
it rained 3 months, 4 months ago, and the water is getting to the lake now. How?
Apparently, there's no outlet for this water.
Okay, but
Yeah. And it's making its way through.
but water is
Not
taking
a
4 months to
scientist.
get to.
Not an
to the lake?
environmental scientist. The lake waters are extending at a high speed, right? So, lakes Nakuru, Naivasha, Baringo, and Bogoria have expanded to levels not seen in 75 years, with the Water Resources Authority revealing that the phenomenon has affected the quality of water. WRA attributes the rising water levels to tectonic activities and the effects of climate change on rainfall patterns. They say the water levels in all 5 lakes in the Rift Valley have risen to the highest recorded levels in recent years. We saw that the main gate to the Lake Nakuru National Park has been completely submerged, with the Kenya Wildlife Service urging tourists to access Lake Nakuru National Park through Lanet and Derit gates. So this is a phenomenon that they've not seen. They had already swollen to levels they'd not seen in 75 years. And so now this is a shift in the Earth's structure.
And talk about tectonic plates, maybe, because I mean, we can't just talk about if it hasn't rained now. If it rained a long time ago, where is the water coming from now?
Right. So
Because it's not like the rivers are actually swollen now, and therefore we can see that this water is heading towards the lake now. It's something else is happening,
we're looking at the shift,
and
in
it's a
tectonic plates
big
that they
issue. I
talked
mean,
about.
if you
It's
look
a
at
huge
those
one.
images of places submerged, very far from where the lake levels have been
It's very
for many
scary.
years, it's really scary. It's really scary.
You know, it's if you look at all the water bodies we have in the country right now, they all seem to be facing the same problem. We heard it in from Lake Victoria. This submerging, this is not new. Like all the area that Lake Victoria covers, okay, in that region. Then it happened in Naivasha. Then it happened in Baringo. Now Nakuru. Now, I think it is more a question of reporting than the actual time occurrence of these events.
For sure. Yeah.
Okay? But what is significant, remember, I mentioned to you when I this is something that is my father-in-law who actually mentioned it. So the last time this happened in Lake Victoria, I thought it was just the normal flood. He said, no. This one happened in 1947. That's the last time this thing happened.
Yeah, sure. I mean, look at that. 75 years, what they're talking about
Yes.
in terms of
Yes.
the last time.
And I remember many years ago as a young person going to Lake Naivasha and visiting one of those homes by the lake. And there were sections of that homestead that was submerged completely.
Yep.
And I remember talking to the owner of that place, and they explained what had happened. Well, the explanation was simple. The lake had swelled. Now, it's clear that if we go back into history, even prior to that 47, it may have happened again. Now, why do I mention this? Even as geologists and experts tell us that it has to do with soil erosion and all this thing, in those days, there weren't enough people living in those areas to have caused these natural problems that we tend to have.
Yeah.
And yet it happened. So, it is one of the things that causes maybe excessive rain. But then, how is it that this rain, what happens? Does it submerge underground at some
then
point,
come out.
somewhere? I get the impression that this is what happens.
Yeah, well, what they talk about
I think
the
when they're
shift
talking
in the
about the
tectonic
shift in the
plates,
tectonic plates,
that's what you're looking at now. So there's a shift, and so now water that would have ordinarily been under the Earth's surface then does come up.
So that to who again?
Tectonic.
Oh, tectonic. Okay.
I think we actually need to have another conversation with the scientists just to
I think
understand
so.
what's happening.
Let's
There's something
What
going
happened?
on
And
here.
not just an environmentalist. Let's get a geologist. Let's get people who actually understand.
I think it's necessary.
What exactly is happening? Keep it right here. This is the Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. In the next hour, we find out who are the best and worst performing members of parliament across the country. There was a study that was conducted by Infotruck Research and Consulting, and we'll be speaking with the CEO, Angela Ambitho, to explain to us exactly what is happening. We are seeing that the MP Milemba from Emuhaya is now ranking very highly.
It's aimed high.
Hey. Yeah. Top performing. Good morning. It's 7 o'clock.
Sugar and spice and everything I spice it.
Spice up your life. Spice FM, Nakuru.
Okay, so I said half an hour, right? And truly, fine for Mombasa Road, it's absolutely crazy. It seems that this is one place that things have opened up completely. There's traffic all the way from Lolongo this morning, and it stretches all the way through to General Motors, and even after that, it's a sea of vehicles. Dr. Mercy Correa is right in the middle of that, and that's what she's telling us today. And it's not moving. Absolute madness already taking place on Mombasa Road, and it's just 7 o'clock. We have to take a look, see, and if there's a problem, we're not sure, but it just looks like heightened levels of traffic. So if you're on Mombasa Road, sit tight, guys. It's going to be a while. Coming off of Thika Road and looking into the city from there, it's not too terrible, but we do already have a mashup on Kiambu Road at Survey, and looking at most of the exits, there's a little bit of a hold up here and there, but it's not too terrible. Coming into the cities where we see a lot of traffic inbound, coming off on Gong Road, coming off Langata Road, it's not looking too bad right now. So that's where we have the big problems this morning. The eastern and southern bypasses, a longer route, but an option for you to use this morning. Use the service lanes on your major highways this morning also. That should be fine for you. We'll take a look at industrial area, and then we'll take a look at Mombasa and Kisumu and Nakuru in a short while. But for now, sit tight. Spice of MKE on Twitter is how you can reach us.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latif, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the
2.5
only way.
minutes after 7. A very good morning to you wherever you are around the country, around the world. We broadcast from 94.4 in Nairobi. This is the Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation on Spice FM, also for the next 2 hours on KTN Home, and also on www.spicefm.co.ke and Spice FM KE on YouTube. We are on Facebook. We are on Twitter. On terrestrial frequencies, 87.9 in Mombasa, 102.5 in Kisumu, Nakuru 96.0, 96.7 in Eldoret, Nyeri 90.9, 97.7 in Malindi. And of course, just like I said, we broadcast from Nairobi to the world. Siti Muga, as we begin the hour, remind us today's proverb.
If there's cause to hate someone, the cause to love has just begun.
If there's cause to hate someone, the cause to love
Has just begun.
has just begun. Or it may just signify the end of the cause to love.
Well, yes. Well, I think.
If there's cause to hate someone, it's because you loved them in the first place.
And then,
That's why now you hate them.
because,
You loved them.
and the love has diminished because,
Because you
hit them.
because they're not worthy of your love.
Wow.
Something didn't quite go according to plan,
Yes.
according to your plan.
Yep.
But for all you know, something did go according to their plan.
Probably. Probably.
This is the
But also, I
toxic
think it's just looking at the optimism side of things, optimistic side of things.
Yes.
If you feel like you hate someone, just know that there's the possibility that you could love them.
There is that possibility, and also in the true nature of Proverbs, okay? They're supposed to test your mind, get your mind to think about the possibilities and what the possible, or the possible, not just meanings could actually be. Yes. And then there's a possibility of the situation into which you could actually put a determination to, saying, okay, now where would this particular saying apply?
Yeah.
Yes.
Where would it really apply?
This meaning that I glean from this, where would it actually make more sense? Where would it resonate more? Little detail.
How do I like it?
And then think back personally. People who have ended up hating, did I start by hating them? Or did I start by liking them and then something happened? And then,
There's a thin line between love and hate,
as they say,
as they say.
and here we are.
Okay. So let's talk about the performance of our elected leaders, shall we? So the survey company Infotrack Research and Consulting conducted a survey towards the end of last year into the beginning of this year. And they were basically going around each county and each constituency and each ward. And they asked people, how would you rate the overall performance of your governor or senator or woman rep or MCA or MP on a scale of 1 to 10, where 1 is extremely poor and 10 is excellent? Simple question, right? How would you rate? So they went into every ward, every constituency, every county, and were asking for people to rate their leaders. And from that, they've been spending the last couple of months looking at the results and collating the statistics. And they've come up with now the performance index. And the one who ranked highest is the MP for Emuhaya, trade unionist Jeremiah Omboko Milemba, 75.4%. He's a first-time MP from the Amadi National Congress. Remember, Omboko Milemba is also the chairman of the Kenya Union of Post-Primary Education Teachers, right? Second ranked highest is Johanna Ngeno of Emurua Dikir at 71.4%. Vincent Musau Musioka of Mwala, 70%. Christopher Wangaya of Huisero, 70%. Patrick Mwayo Musimba, 69.8%. This is Kibwezi West MP. And then Tigor MP Peter Lochakapong. Then you also have David Kosing, who is the Pokot South MP, 68.2%. Kathiani's Robert Mboi at 67.6%. Benjamin Jomo Washiali from Mumias East, 67.3%. Erastus Kivasu Nzioka of Mboni, 67.2%. All right. So this is like now the top performing top 10.
Yeah.
And then in the bottom 10, according to this survey, we have Abdi Mude Ibrahim of Lafay at 43%. Sarah Paulata Correre of Laikipia North at 43.6%, and going all the way to Bernard Koros of Sigowet Soin, 42.9%, ranked lowest in terms of what the constituents think in terms of their performance. When you hear these kind of results and you hear how constituents are rating their elected leader, how would you rate your elected leader in terms of performance? Is it a matter of perception, or does it imply that this person is actually not doing their work? Is it about how you relate with them? Is it the fact that they don't pay, they don't contribute to Harambes, or they come for Harambes and they just do 50 bob instead of contributing 50,000 shillings like the former MP was doing? What is it that would influence such kind of thinking?
But Eric, it can't be one thing really. It can't be. There is the unwritten contractual, social contractual understanding that political leaders have with their constituents. That one, in my opinion, is actually fairly clear. There's no, this is what you said you're going to do, and it's a matter of understanding whether you've actually done it or not, and whether you are smart enough to contextualize it into the number of years and say year 1 this, year 2. And then also there's the business aspect of political leadership, where this relationship is actually contractual, but the entire conceptualization is based on building capital, whether it's social capital, whether it's cultural capital, but you're busy meeting the needs of the people. And why I mention this is because some people are happy with their leader being an entertainer. If they throw in a little development every once in a while, it's all good. There are those who like their leaders to clearly indicate that they have a solid backbone and they oppose anything that could possibly be opposed. So at some level, the leader may be meeting the needs of the people. So if you're talking about performance, they tell you this guy is okay.
Yeah, I mean, and it's clear that it's not the same thing across board. Whatever
And it
would
isn't one
resonate,
thing.
it's not. Whatever would resonate with the people of Emuhaya, for example, would be totally different in Kirinyaga, right? Just like you're saying, if it is that maybe we have a faceless, or rather a leader who is faceless, but we see things that are happening in the county or in the area, then we're fine. Or if you have a leader that you see on a daily basis, understands your needs and is able to help you here and there, make sure that your daily, upkeep and livelihoods are taken care of, then we're fine with that. So I think it really depends on where you are and who's doing what. Different reasons, different people will
But
give
isn't
in terms
there-
of performance of their leaders.
No, but there's also, isn't there not a general understanding, especially with members of parliament, as to what they should do? Hence, the entire thinking and notion behind CDF.
It raises a question there. I'm also actually just thinking back at its Infotruck also released some statistics a couple of months back, a couple of weeks ago, on happiness index around the country, right? So, and what I'm seeing now, the people of Emuhaya did not rank among the highest, the happiest in that. They were not in that index. So, what is it that then we talk about? Maybe because that was about counties there, which is the happiest county in the country.
What you brought into the debate now is the correlation between a people's happiness
And their leadership.
and the leadership and the performance of the leadership. They may not necessarily be related.
It could be other
Because
things
they
that
could
are
be
making
happy
them
in
happy.
spite of the leader.
Yeah,
Yes.
there could be other things that are making
They're
them
just happy.
Yeah,
Let's bring in the CEO of Infotruck Research and Consulting, Angela Ambitho. Good morning, Angela.
I'm listening very keenly. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We're ready to sit here and decipher what is this report that you've come up with. What exactly does it mean?
I think the professor and Ndu have answered it. I mean, it really is.
You're not getting away with that one. Start again.
I'm still going to, rationalize. But having listened to both Ndu and the professor, I totally agree with them. And having done this studies for probably the last 20 years, we do find that how we contextualize and how we synthesize the performance of our political leadership is based on our own subjective understanding and expectations. So if I was to ask you today, how would you rate your Nairobi member of parliament, who you probably haven't interfaced with much? It would probably be because you being an urbanite, maybe are determining his performance based on perhaps infrastructure. Are there roads in your area? But more importantly, because you interact more with media and all that, you would be looking at his legislative ability.
Yeah.
But my grandmother in the village, when we ask, and that's a majority, when we ask them about, debating in parliament, passing of bills, I tell you, what is that? Huh? For them, the most critical thing is, do they have the essentials? Do they have water? Do they have roads? Do the kids get the bursaries, etc.? But as I think both Ndu and the professor also said, there's also that building of general social capital, which means that, are you coming for funerals? Are you approachable when I have a problem? Can I call you? Will you be there? Because when we do ask respondents what they like about their leadership, humility is one of the top things. Which is approachability, that you're now a leader, you haven't forgotten us. But the other thing is that they do like the fact that you're generous. And that we know that MPs complain about, that, most of their salary does go back into the electorate, funding or supporting one thing or another. Now, I mean, it's sad that that is the case, but it is what it is. When you do take that contract with me as a constituent, you give me all these raft of promises. And I do expect you to deliver when you get into parliament or when I vote for you. So because that public approval in terms of, that sphere is so ambiguous and is so subjective, is the reason why we limit the question and leave it to the respondent to determine for themselves what it is that they feel is the overall performance of the MP. And let me tell you that these numbers, if you look at the 2015 ones, marry with voting, because that's how you go to the booth.
Yeah.
For me, it may be that I just like the way my MP looks, or the way he talks, or the way he treats people. For somebody else, it's more tangible things like roads, etc., etc. So we leave it very simple. It's not an exam for the respondent.
How do you translate
It's really how they interface with
when you're asking this question, let's say to the ordinary person, how do you translate performance? Are you asking how happy are you with your leader, or are you asking how do you rate your leader's performance? I mean, because performance here...
The question is very simple. Listen, the question is very simple. It's the same question I would ask you, and people actually find it very easy to answer. We've hardly ever found, because we pilot these things, how would you, my dear, rate the overall performance of your MP since his election in 2017 on a scale of 1 to 10? And you would then say, my MP, I think I'll give him a 5. Now, what we don't do in this particular study is ask, why are you giving him a 5?
Okay.
Right? Now, what we've seen from the politicians who have interacted with this data is they know why. We have leaders who we shared this with, and some leaders shocked me and said, actually, I've only been back to my constituency twice since election. So how then would you expect to get over 3 out of 10 or 4 out of 10 or 5 out of 10? Others will tell you, I know why I got 7 out of 10. I have done A, B, C, D in support and in congruence with the county government. Because what we've also seen is MPs that have actually worked with various other arms, the county government and national government, to ensure that there are roads where roads are needed. And whatever, social infrastructure is required is actually put in place. Those MPs have done better than the ones that are in conflict with various arms of, government, and therefore are unable to bring development back to the people, which indeed is one of the roles of our members of parliament, to facilitate, to fight for their constituents.
The reason I was asking how then you translate the word performance is because you're asking about 5 leaders in the same question. You're asking this person to rate the performance of the MCA, the MP, the governor, the woman rep, the senator. And just like you started by saying, so this person looks at, do I have running water? Do I have roads? Do I have electricity? Is there a mulikamuizi at the market? Who are you going to attribute any of those things to? Is it the MCA? Is it the senator? Is it the woman rep, the governor, the MP? How is someone going to be able to know, all right, so because there's no longer garbage, if it's an urban area, garbage in my area, this is because of the MCA and the governor, and because of this and the other, it's because of the MP. How would they differentiate or distinguish?
It's very easy, because when you ask me the question, I give you my ratings for the different leaders based on my perception of what their role is to me. So you will see that in Emuhaya, the MP has gotten the highest rating. It's not congruent with the rating of the governor. The governor is not the top performing governor. I'm leaking some data to you. Maybe because they do expect something different from the governor, who they see more often than they see their MP, who also comes to Nairobi to legislate on their behalf. And indeed, there are expectations of the MCA, who's on the ground all the time, and you will see that the MCA of that specific ward that they live in, because they only rate the MCA of their ward, may be very different. So I think sometimes we also need to give our electorate a bit more, credence, that they do kind of like understand and synthesize, and it is that same synthesis that they go with to the ballot. So my general hope is that at this midterm, most of our MPs will look at. We've actually interacted with a lot of them. Very few have argued with the numbers. Actually, almost none. Because it makes sense, perhaps sometimes more to them than to us, because they know. Somebody will tell you, the time you did this survey, there was no road to my home. And so, yes, whilst the road is not his responsibility and the responsibility of the county government, shock on you. The respondents who are electorate expect you to do something about it as an MP.
It's interesting you say that, because if these numbers then are pointing to credence in the general populace, then about how they feel in terms of elected leadership in this country, wouldn't it then make sense that this kind of information would lend itself to the leaders in terms of then how they make the decisions in the future? So if you know that your people think one or two and there's this information out there, wouldn't it make sense then to use that information to either then better your leadership or to inform decisions that you make?
Yes, absolutely. And many of them have. The reason why we didn't release this almost after the happiness index and the optimism index is because, unlike last time, we learn every time. The first one of this kind was done in 2015 by ourselves, and we just released it. And most of the politicians complained that we didn't actually give them an opportunity to interact with the information. So what we've been doing over the past 2 months is trying to reach out to all 290 members. Now, of course, that's no mean feat. We can't reach all of them. But we have reached quite a number of them. And many of them have actually used the information. They take it, they look at it by the different demographics. Because what you're seeing here is an index. That's a consolidation of information and responses from the wards, the various wards in the different constituencies, by age, by gender, by, education, by employment, etc. And the smart ones are using it very cleverly. Actually, they're not only using it, they're saying, do another one for me right now, because between December and now, there are things that should have changed. And it's my hope that those things have changed, because I put up this thing, I did that, I put a classroom, the bursaries were given, etc., etc. We have roads right now. And we do see in some cases that the numbers do change. In certain cases, they don't, because like both Ndu and Professor were saying, there are other things that people expect from you. Maybe you're not being seen in funerals. Maybe your phone doesn't get answered. Maybe they don't feel that your CDF management is concomitant to the expectations. Now, the onus of understanding that is the political leaders. More than it is yours and mine. Mine is to give you the number, and yours is to actually then decipher why you're not doing as well as you expect. By ward, because you get the information by ward for them.
Let me ask a different question. Well, it's not different in the absolute sense, but do you think that the leaders you interacted with understand just the basics of what I may refer to as leadership capital or even political capital?
Yes, they do.
They do.
They do.
And do they understand how best to expend it for their own benefits?
Well, many of them seem to, if you ask me. But I think perhaps after getting elected, I think there is that, I don't know what to call it. You're very good. I listen to you in the morning with your English. But I think people just, how after you've really worked hard for something, you just kind of like lay back. And you expect that, things will just work for you. And then before you realize it, it's election time. And the electorate has actually been watching very keenly.
Would you say that the same mindset would also follow if we are talking about financial capital? Because all these, should we say, avenues of capital function really in the same way? Are they the sort of people who, if they were given tons and oodles of money, would expend it all in one fell swoop and then wonder what they're going to do next? Or would they hoard it, keep it for a rainy day, expend it when it's necessary?
What we've seen is Well, at least from my interactions now with some of the MPs, some of them actually do understand how to expense whatever it is. And if you mean financial capital, like the use of the funds that they have, like the CDFs, etc., that they manage it in a certain manner that is, I'm using this concomitant word too much, but it is concomitant with the needs of the people in various wards. And that they're not trying to replicate what county government is doing, what the MCA is doing, and also what the woman rep is doing. Because remember, we always tell them that there are so many leaders right now working in the same space as the MP in the various wards. You have the county government, you have the MCA, you have national government on its own, which is not through their own efforts. So, for instance, with roads, you can find that Kura is doing something, or Kena. Then you have the county government. Then you have the MCA with its budget wanting to do something. And then there's the MP also trying to come up to do something. Now, if you actually try and delve into that space with the money that you have, the chances are that your efforts will be watered down. And I mean, how will it be linked back to your own activities? So sometimes it requires of them to do things, to be financially smart in the way they do things.
Let's take a break at this point. We're speaking with Angela Ambitho, the CEO of Infotruck Research and Consulting. Infotruck released a survey yesterday which is ranking the best and worst performing members of Parliament, but also they conducted this survey around December, January, at the end of 2019 into early this year. It's showing that the MP for Emuhaya, and this is Omboko Midemba, is rated highest by his own constituents of Emuhaya constituency, 75.4%, going all the way to Bernard Koros of Sigowet Soin at 42.9%. The people of Sigowet Soin rated their own MP at 42.9%, which is not so good. Well, he's ranked the lowest by constituents. So we're trying to understand what exactly does this mean? How do you use this information as constituents, as members who are elected into all these positions of office? Keep it right here. This conversation continues on Spice FM, on KTN Home and online. 26 minutes after 7. We will be back shortly.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Spice up your life. Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to Spice FM. Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to Spice FM. The weather with Spice FM.
Still overcast in Nairobi and warming up ever so slightly. 15 degrees is what we see now. Cloudy conditions to last through most parts of the morning at least. 25 degrees is what the high will be. In Nyeri, 15 degrees and partly cloudy. Highs of 23 and lows of 13 with a chance of rain. Moving along west into Nakuru, 23 degrees is what the high will be. Partly cloudy and a chance of rains later. It's partly cloudy in Eldoret at 13 currently. 22 the high and lows of 12 today. Kisumu is partly cloudy at 19 degrees, chance of rain later with highs of 28 and lows of 18. And also rains expected in Kakamega later today with highs of 26 and lows of 14. It's mostly cloudy in Mombasa at 25. It'll go to highs of 29 today and lows of 24. And it also is probably going to rain later. Cloudy conditions in Malindi at 26 degrees. It'll be partly cloudy later. Highs of 29 and lows of 24. Moving out into Kampala, it's mostly cloudy at 19. Highs of 24 and lows of 18 degrees. Dar es Salaam is foggy this morning at 24. Chance of rain later with highs of 29 and lows of 23. We'll take a look into Joburg, where at 7 degrees it's mostly sunny. Those sunny conditions will last for most parts of this Monday with highs of 24. There's a chance of rain in Lagos as the rainy season continues. 30 degrees right now, and that will be the high for the day, coming down to lows of 24.
Spice FM, Malindi.
Right, so Mombasa Road is still an absolute mess, guys. This one, you're going to have to sit it out, unfortunately. All the way still from Lolongo. It's a sea of vehicles. And you probably can't see past your nose at this point. That's what it looks like right now. Okay, there was an accident at the Timor roundabout. That's causing some traffic as you head then down from Langata Road and then either towards Bagathi Way or towards the Nyayo Stadium roundabout. Then from Nyayo Stadium all the way to Westlands. It's moving very, very slowly this morning, guys, to be expected. We'll keep giving that warning signal. As the days continue and the expressway is being worked on, you'll see road works happening, and this is going to affect traffic. So you need to plan in advance of time. As what is happening in what's this place called? Industrial area? Right. The roads are still closed because of the road construction that's going on there. We need to look out for that one. Okay. Let us know what you see. I did say we're going to take a look into Mombasa and Nakuru and Kisumu. We'll do that, I promise. But for now, if you see something we should know about, let us know. Spice FM KE on Twitter.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. Spice FM.
Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
It's 9 minutes to 8
Done
o'clock.
right.
This is Kenya's biggest
94
conversation, the Situation Room. Broadcasting on Spice FM, on KTN Home, online on www.spicefm.co.ke and Spice FM KE on YouTube, Facebook and Twitter. In the room this and every morning is Eric Latif, Nduoko and CT Muga. So we are joined by Angela Ambito. She's CEO of Infotruck Research and Consulting. We are trying to dissect this performance index that they released yesterday as Infotruck. Went around the country towards the end of last year and early this year, and they asked people from ward to county level, how would you rate the overall performance of your governor, your senator, your woman rep, MCA, MP, on a scale of 1 to 10, where 1 is extremely poor, 10 is excellent? And from that, they have been looking at the data, tabulating the data, and they came up with the report and showed the best and worst performing members of parliament. And also, they'll be releasing the best and worst performing governor and all the other seats, hopefully, in coming days. And they'll tell us exactly what they found. The question, though, is when you ask how you rate the best and worst performing person, and Angela, you say that's all you asked. You do not ask the person why. So how then do we understand this is exactly what made the person rank highly? How does it help an MP? You're saying some MPs were looking at it, and none of them was arguing with the findings because they could relate. They're like, all right, yeah, I can see. I haven't been to the area in a long time. I haven't been on the ground. But that's not the job of an MP, really, to go to the ground. Oh, maybe. It's not.
Is it not?
It's not the only job of an MP to go to the ground. Is the performance of an MP on going to the ground? Is the performance of an MP going to the National Assembly and legislating? Is the performance of a governor going to the ground and contributing to funerals and harambes? Or is the performance of a governor actually delivering services that are supposed to be delivered by the county government or the MCA or the woman rep or the senator. If we don't ask the question why, how do we help the electorate? How do we help these elected leaders to understand exactly what's the missing link?
Yeah. Well, is it a missing link? Really, not in my opinion, because as I mentioned, the index that we're showing you is one individual consolidated figure. It's a figure that if you actually peel, you get information by ward, you get information by age, by gender, etc., by the different demographics. And I think let's correct one notion, that the role of any of our leaders is not to build social capital, as had been mentioned by Charles earlier. It is. You need to build social capital with me, and for you to do that, if I am your constituent, you have to interact with me in one way or another. Now, our job is to provide you with information on what people are perceiving of your performance. Your job as a political leader is to then determine whether you have done enough in terms of building both your political and social capital. The two are related. And yes, one of the things that all people in our part of the world look at, especially from our elected leaders, that is the developing countries, is your development track record. Indeed, many politicians, and if you've ever been to a rally, I've been to a couple, will mention to you that they will develop the areas that they come from. I will do ABCD to ensure that I will agitate that you get good roads, good infrastructure, that our kids perform better in school. All those things combined mean a better livelihood for most of the people in that particular area. Those are the promises that they make. It is the contract, the social contract, and also the political contract that they give us through their manifestos. So indeed, it behooves on our political leaders, and I know many of them complain and say, oh, but you know, my main role is to legislate in the House. Well, if you're legislating well, then perhaps it should then, translate to people back in your constituent, wherever it is, whether it be upcountry, for most of them it is, feeling what your role is and your performance is as you legislate. Now, if you decide that you're going to spend all your time in Nairobi legislating, I'm doubtful that you're going to do extremely well on the ground and to resonate. So, Eric, I think we need to correct the notion that, and different studies, somebody else will come up with a study. I tried to look at, information so that we could relate this to CDF usage. There's very little information, and what's there is not very reliable. So we couldn't. So maybe next time we will ask something on CDF usage. Having done some additional studies for a couple of these MPs, maybe 15 to 20 of them so far, the overall perception index remains the same. Because many people, especially in the rural areas, relate the CDF to the development they see, to the monies that you give in funerals, etc., etc. Now, that teaching and civic education, we know needs to be done. But it's not InfoTrack's role to do that. It's InfoTrack's role to tell you that this is what they think. And if you feel that you've done enough on the ground, and people don't know that you've done it, then the onus is on you to actually do that civic education with your respective constituents.
If you were to do an overall, if you had an overall in your mind, based on what this surveys have shown, are we looking at a good scorecard generally when it comes to agents of the legislature now, senators, MPs? Are you looking at a good scorecard overall?
No. If you look at the data, you can see that the overall scorecard has gone down from the last cycle. So that the performance of MPs in the 2015 large study that we did was about 60%. It's gone down to 52% currently. And that could be telling us several things. About the overall performance of our MPs. But generally, I think people's expectations have not been met as much. I was saying this to your colleagues from some other media houses, that perhaps the way things happened in 2017 may have meant that they didn't hit, most of our leaders didn't hit the ground running. We had a repeat presidential election. So for most people, for most elected leaders, that meant that they couldn't actually move as quickly as they thought, would have wanted to. Indeed, we got into the political active life in 2018. So almost 6-7 months had gone. And then we've also seen that disbursements of funds have actually been interrupted. But I think for me, as a child of political and social sciences, I do believe that as a country we need a watchdog. And right now we don't quite have an active watchdog. And that also, I think, has affected how people perceive, the performance of our legislators. But those are my own, individual, perceptions. They could be different for other people. But yes, the overall number is lower than what it was last time.
I'm looking at this kind of, because this, essentially, this is research looking into what it is that the people feel. And I'm looking at other countries that actively use research to then fuel decisions that they make in the future. Now, oftentimes we talk about research being hidden in books and things like that. But here we are doing research amongst people who are giving active information about what they truly feel. And we look at polls being huge things that are used to then fuel either mindset or fuel reality of people in other countries. I would think and I would hope that leaders then who are interested in making good a promise would use information like this to then be able to either do better or correct or where they may have gone wrong. Do we see a direct correlation? I may have asked something like this before. Do we see a direct correlation between this information that is being put out there and then performance across the country?
Do you want me to answer this?
Yes. Yes.
This is why I have invested heavily in this since 2015. My hope was that in giving our political leadership a midterm report on their performance, it would actually help them determine and understand how we perceive their performance, and that they would then use that scientific information to actually better the next, half of their election cycle or their, whatever they call, until 2022. So it's my hope that now, between now and 2022, most of our political leaders will use this data and actually, interact with it. Go back to the ground, go back to their drawing boards and say, where can I do things better? Omboko Milemba, who's doing very well, should consolidate. But the person in Eric, it wasn't Sigowet who was the last one. I'm not going to mention who's last, but it wasn't Sigowet, so please correct that. But the person who's number 290 should also ask themselves, what should I do? What am I not doing right? And indeed, especially if they want to seek re-election in 2022, but also because they signed a contract with us. And every so often, indeed, do believe it or not, I have sent this to our friends in Nigeria. They're so excited and they're asking, when can you do something like this for us here? Our political leadership needs it. I sent it to my friends in the University of Ghana, who we work with quite closely, and they're so excited as well because leaders do need information, and we need to actually give them that scorecard. They're in the public space, so handling them sometimes with kid gloves, I think, is not right. Because when they use our taxes to actually, provide us with services, and we need to tell them whether we are happy with what they're doing, whether it's legislative or not, or development or not.
Maybe that's what the issue is. Is it about a likability? Is it about happiness? Or is it about performance? I'm still having a problem, Angela, wrapping my head around this, on whether this is actually rating somebody's performance or rating somebody's likability. So, for example, if the people of Emuhaya really feel that, they interact a lot with their MP, Omboko Milemba, they interact a lot with him, he attends their funerals, he comes and talks about the right things, he is a good orator, he is a unionist, so he understands how to talk to the people. Is that performance or is that likability? Does it mean that they are necessarily saying that Omboko Milemba came and told us he'll be attending all our funerals, or Omboko Milemba came and said, this is what I'm going to do when you elect me as MP, and they're using that as a scorecard by which they're saying, yes, we are happy with the performance of this person?
I think what it tells me is that Omboko Milemba, when he was seeking election from the people of Emuhaya, made certain promises. And as at this point being late last year up till January, the constituents of Emuhaya were relatively satisfied with his performance based on what it is that he promised them and the expectations of him. Now, whether that then means they like him, which probably it would mean they do, is relative. The most important thing is that for them, what they expected of him in terms of performance, whether it be that he's an entertainer, and that's what he promised to them, or that he actually has done things developmental, which I believe he must have. Because listen, I'm not going to be happy with you just because you jump around. I'm going to be happy with you because you jump around, and as you jump around, you ensure that in your jumping around and theatrics, you've brought national government to build a road to link one point A to B. So your theatrics may entertain me, but indeed, functionally, you've also done things that help me. Eric, you will not be happy with a politician who entertains you and leaves you hungry.
No, I will not.
Those things are linked.
On the other hand, I may be happy with a politician who actually entertains me and comes to claim the development that has been spurred by another leader. So because
that's a very clever politician.
I'm looking at it this way. So if a certain MP has not been to the constituency in quite a while, but the MCA is on the ground, the woman rep and the senator are the ones who are claiming that they are the reason behind some of this development. Yet it's the governor who actually is the one who's made the roads and who's the one who's done the lighting. Then we are harshly, those people may harshly be judging as an MP because they don't understand what exactly he's been doing.
But that's not our business, is it? Our business is to tell him that this is what people perceive, and it is then the onus, or it is his responsibility to then decipher how he's going to communicate back to his constituents that ABCD was done by me. Now, politics is about being shrewd, my dear. So if you can be shrewd enough to convince your constituents that all the roads and all the infrastructure has been done by you and not the governor, you deserve to be governor.
Which is why I'm coming back to, and I agree completely, which is why I'm coming back to if the second question of why was included, then the person would be able to tell, this is why they think I've not performed. Or this is why they think I've performed very well. I think we've lost Angela on the line. John, if you can just get her back. We've lost Angela on the line. We'll be speaking with you, Angela, shortly. You guys, you get what I'm saying? For me, that second question, it's like a teacher asking, going to the head teacher asking a specific class teacher, how would you rate the students in your class?
Sure.
And then the teacher says, oh, CT is my best, and Ndu is my second best, and Eric is the worst performer in the class. Of course, the thing I don't want to ask is why, in what subject?
I mean, if I'm coming from a position of leadership too, I think if it is going to be used to help you do better or correct mistakes, it would be important to know. I would want to know on what level, in what areas did I fail, in what areas did I do well, so that I can improve on those, or at least start to do something about it.
But also there's the little element of leaders more or less determining and creating their own performance measurements. But yeah, so that, you see, if you're talking about political leadership, a lot of political leaders hinge their not just performance, but everything about their job on popularity. And then there's performance, just what you're supposed to do. And then there's a third element of vision, as in, can this person actually talk about the promised land and show us a roadmap that leads us to this promised land here? And the promised land doesn't have to be Canaan in this instance, okay?
No.
There are many promised lands that one can go to. So, do you then judge a politician by one of these elements, or do you judge them by a composite of all the three? And the truth of the matter is,
including how they look and the clan they come from.
Yes. Because in reality, This is the question I was going to ask. That was just a background to what I want to ask. Even when we've cobbled together all these realities, do they determine whether a person gets re-elected or not?
Angela, you're back online, so that was a question for you.
Oh, that's a question for me. I was agreeing with Charles because, yes, I mean, we've seen cases where if you look at, I think you have the spreadsheet with the numbers from the last time, and we see that a lot of the MPs, for instance, who are in the top league, went ahead and got, different jobs. One, first of all, it was easy for them to get guaranteed for re-election. But like the Emuhaya MP from before is now governor of Vihiga. On the other hand, we had some, then the one for Ariada, who's my MP, he also tried to gun for governor, and he didn't do too badly. And we also have, on the flip side, a lady I remember from Teso North, Mary, I can't remember her second name. Her only problem was, while she had done very well and people thought she performed very well, and it was corroborated when we went onto the ground that she was very hands-on, she, I think, made a political miscalculation in terms of the party that she then moved to. In her region. So sometimes, can you imagine that you've done all this work, but in the end, in 2022, what will matter is, are you using the right vehicle or not? And then, as Charles mentions, popularity in terms of the different facets that we use to influence, that are used to influence our voting decisions and patterns, come into play. So politics, in terms of the public approval, is, as I mentioned before, is very amorphous. It's very ambiguous, and it changes over time, which is why it is imperative for our political leadership to continually also understand. I'm not marketing myself; it could be anybody that they use, but you must understand what your constituents want from you at every given point in time, and do that which is commensurate to the expectation, over and above your job description, which is primarily to legislate.
Can we see how this would work on the side of citizens of Kenya, for example, when they're looking at this data, looking at this information, in however way to be presented to them, to also see the performance of individuals, to maybe say, we're going to give you another run, or in this case, we're going to get rid of you completely. This information can also fuel how citizens make these decisions, as opposed to waiting for, election season and then, wait for the proverbial handout. Can't it be a way to also help citizens make the decisions they do in terms of who will come into these positions of leadership?
Yes, the objective of this kind of studies is two-pronged. One is to provide the service provider, who is in this case our political leadership, with information of how we feel about their performance. But also on the flip side is to provide a very important stakeholder, who is the electorate, the Kenyan citizen, with information on how the consolidated view in terms of performance of their leadership is. So sometimes you may be thinking, it's only me who's seeing that things are not going well. And then when you actually get information, you say, oh, wow, okay, fine. So it's everybody. So what's this leader going to do? Are they going to come, talk to us, and give us a roadmap? Maybe some things were happening that, impinged their performance or hindered them from performing well. And they still have a whole year and a half to make good their promises. So it also then provides a power to the people. And I wanted that to happen, with information that they can now call upon their leadership, whether it's on the WhatsApp groups that the leaders have, and say, dude, what are you, or lady, my dear lady, what are you going to do? It's now midterm, it's past midterm. We expect ABCD. Let's go back to your manifesto. What are the things that you promised to do for us?
Yeah.
And how much have you done? Can you prove to us that these are things? So I think it just, is meant to really wake up our political class, just the way you and I have job descriptions and we have appraisals every 6 months.
Yes.
And those appraisals can go any which way. How? For you, your appraisal is almost like these numbers. It is really audience figures. this is not very different. And sometimes you don't like the audience figures that you get, but they are what they are. And you then ask yourself, what do we need to tweak in terms of our content? I am wanting that our politicians do the same with these numbers and say, what do I need to do in my constituency to make my constituents, happier with my performance?
I'm actually very happy and delighted that you've constantly referred to me as Professor. Let me just burst that little bubble a little bit. I'm not a professor, but thank you ever so much.
So you say,
let me
how can
confess that at that
from
point
your
I
mouth
didn't
to
know
God's
the name.
ears?
Sorry, you're saying?
I had to Google. Because I listen to you, but you always use very big words and you're always teaching us. And Du is my sister from Nigeria. So and Eric Latif, I've known, I think, all my working life.
If you refer to me as Mwalimu, you'd actually be accurate.
Mwalimu, I changed, correct.
Yes,
I stand corrected.
Thank you.
No, don't worry, Angela. In French, and we have a French-speaking person here, a teacher is called a professor.
Wait,
Isn't it?
Yeah.
it is.
So you, City.
That is also true.
I've built your social capital. You brought up that term earlier.
There you go.
There you go.
Indeed, you have. Thank
Angela,
you.
thank you very much for speaking to us this morning.
Thank you. You're doing a good job, by the way. I listen to you in the morning.
Thank you
Asante
so
Oh,
much.
thank you so much.
Yeah.
This is the Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation, broadcasting on Spice FM and KTN Home, and also online on www.spicefm.co.ke, Spice FM KE on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter. Time for us to take a break on KTN Home and on Spice FM. But as we do that, I'd like to remind you that the government of Nairobi County, led by the governor, Mike Mbuvi Sonko, has approved a 100% waiver on outstanding interest and penalties for those who will pay within a 1 month period. That is their land rates, those who have defaulted on paying their land rates. If you pay within this period between 15th of September and 15th of October, so you have a couple of days, like about 17 days to go, then you can take advantage of this. The ratepayer clears in full the total principal land rate and pay 10% administrative cost based on the interest amount payable. Take advantage of this waiver and comply with your obligation. Remember, the person that is collecting tax on behalf or revenue on behalf of Nairobi County is the Kenya Revenue Authority. How do you make these payments? Just obtain your bill or invoice from the City Hall Cash Office, the Makadara Cash Office, or the Times Tower ground floor banking hall. They will tell you how you can pay this through the online portal, that is epayments.nairobi.go.ke. They'll also give you the bank details of where you can go and deposit. They have a bank account with the National Bank, and they also have a bank account with the Nairobi City County Cooperative Bank. So Cooperative Bank or National Bank, you can go and deposit this money. But just first of all, go and obtain the invoice from those offices that I've mentioned. It's 3 minutes to 8. Keep it right here. We'll be back with more conversations shortly.
87.9 Spice FM, Mombasa. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Spice up your life. Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise.
You're listening to Spice FM. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings.
Comments on social media, somebody says, congrats to Mhaya MP. This is Paul Masinjila, who says, congratulations to Mhaya MP. Can someone help me to understand whether the abilities to represent, legislate, and oversight were used as criteria to rate MP's performance? I fear they used beauty.
Beauty of the MI MP, for example? Oh, okay.
They find him good looking, so well. Do you like the way he dresses? Do you like, that's what I was asking about likability. Is it about likability? Is it about performance? Maybe it's actually also important to understand from the people, when you rate somebody as best performing or worst performing, what is it? It's against what benchmark? What expectation did you have of this person? And then what did you say then, that they are performing or they're not performing?
Well, I do agree. I think there's a certain criteria upon which all of this then has to be used. It's especially if people and leaders in this case are vested in improvement, or it has to be against something.
Indeed. Keep it right here. The conversation continues in the next hour. Good morning. It's now 8 o'clock.
Spice up your life. 102.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
All right, so the police have come to save the situation on Mombasa Road and now trying to direct traffic in an orderly manner. It doesn't mean it's going to end, though. The traffic will continue. All right, as I promised, let's take a look at what's going on in Nakuru. Not too bad. Inbound traffic in both directions coming into Nakuru, so it's a little bit this morning. It's not too bad. Kisumu coming into the city as well from the western side. Getting into Kisumu city today will not be too much of a headache. Also going to look then into Mombasa. Yesterday, with all the action that there was, it seems that now the traffic has died down. There's not too much trouble this Monday morning. All right, looking much better as we come back into the NMA. Looking much better on Mombasa Road, but still a traffic issue. There's an accident at the DOD roundabout in Hurlingham this morning. So you want to approach with caution as the police trying to get that sorted out. Coming off of Thika Road, right around the Pangani underpass, and we have the mishmash with what is Kiambu Road, 2 lanes now as 6. You need to be very careful as you're coming there and wait it out. Be patient. That's the ingredient that you're going to need for this recipe of traffic madness this Monday morning. Spice of MKE. That's how you can reach us on Twitter.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latin, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
8. The conversation continues right here. The Situation Room on Spice FM. Nairobi 94.4, Mombasa 87.9, Malindi 97.7, Nyeri 90.9, Eldoret 96.7, Nakuru 96.0, and Kisumu 102.5. We are also live on KTN Home and www.spicefm.co.ke, Spice FM KE on YouTube. We are live streaming the show on Facebook. We are also live streaming on Twitter. As we begin the hour, CT Muga, remind us today's proverb. CT Muga Wamashati. Hey, by the way, what's that color?
Which one?
What color is that?
Which
Yellow.
one?
It's yellow. That's yellow.
You are talking about the overall color.
There's no overall color in this shirt.
There is an overall color.
The standout color.
It's called a mishmash.
It's yellow.
Yes.
Beautiful shirt. See.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Today's proverb.
Eric, you really have good taste in shirts. Thank you.
Okay.
If there is cause to hate someone, the cause to love has just begun.
If there is cause to hate,
someone,
the
the cause to love has just begun.
Has just begun.
Start with hate. Let's start with the hate. Why? There has to be a reason behind it. And then love, though, is a bit tricky because people say you really can't logically arrive at an understanding as to why it is you love someone or how it is.
Yeah.
But surely there is some progression you can sort of like arrest and figure out.
Point two.
Yes, something happened. Okay, the sky opened up, something of that sort. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, a song played.
So, for example, the people of Isiolo South constituency, if there's cause to hate your MP, Abdi, Koropu, Tepo, and rank him 33.0% in terms of performance,
Yes.
there's cause to love.
There is cause to love, and you see,
He's the one who's
it's open-ended.
ranked at number 290.
There's yes, it's open-ended. Cause to love doesn't necessarily mean love the person you hate. No.
Can love someone else.
Yes, it's like they say, absence makes the heart fonder. That particular statement is often incomplete because there's the consideration that it may be fond of someone else.
I love it.
I hate you, therefore I love so and so. All right. Today, the 28th day of September 2020, is that day. Leo ni ile siku.
Yeah.
All right? Afungue, asifungue.
Today is the day today.
Today is that day.
Today.
Today.
Yes.
Today,
Say
not
today,
today.
not today.
Bas.
You know, like this being Kenyan is a wonderful thing. Someone can tell you, I will see you tomorrow, today. Now, you figure out what that person
Figure it
means.
out.
Yes.
Just figure it out. So the president is going to be holding a virtual meeting today with the various key stakeholders, after which he'll announce a decision on what to do in terms of the restriction measures in the fight against COVID-19. Do we have COVID? Do we not have COVID? There's COVID. People are dying of COVID. People are getting hospitalized because of COVID. So there is COVID. So that is not even an issue to discuss. So looking at a story on page 7 of the Standard today, an anxious nation pins all its hopes on Uhuru. Kenyans look forward to life without a curfew. Bar owners who've been hard hit by COVID-19 across the country are crossing their fingers that they will be allowed to resume regular business. Now, the statistics by the Pubs, Entertainment and Restaurants Association of Kenya indicating, and this is also with the Alcoholic Beverages Association of Kenya, 57,417 people, job losses across the entire alcohol value chain. This includes farmers, factories, all the way to people who work in pubs. 57,000 people have lost their job by the end of this month. The analysis is also showing that the demand for barley and sorghum will fall by 3 million kilos and 4.8 million kilos, respectively. If we go to the Matatus, Matatu Owners Association Chairman Simon Kimutai says they are sinking in losses, adding that they are trying to engage the government to offer them some subsidies. They are hoping that the president lifts the 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. curfew and allow night travel to resume. Other business communities are hoping that the sectors that were closed will be reopened and the government will embark on facilitating investments to kickstart the economy. According to KEPSA CEO Karo Karuga, she says Uhuru's address should factor in protocols to get business permits so that investors do not have to struggle for approvals. It should be on things like reduction of VAT and other forms that trickle down to every business owner who needs it. If you look at how everybody's speaking, it's like it's a done deal. We're just expecting the president to say, okay, I've heard you guys, no more curfew. You want to buses to travel at night, let them travel at night. So we've been restricting the number of people in a matatu. Let's remove that restriction. Bars, you have not been operating. It's okay. Yeah, go back to operate. Go back to normal. The nation is calling it the new normal. Uhuru set to usher in the new normal. Question is, with all these things, we're looking at it from the economic side of things. People have lost their livelihoods. People have been affected by the restrictions, the closure of various sectors of the economy, including education. So if we go back to this new normal, so to speak, will it be like business as usual the following day? Uhuru announces this today, and by Wednesday, people who had no jobs, of course, get back their jobs, or people who had no livelihoods have alternative means of livelihood. Is there going to be an immediate change?
In as much as a lot of, across the board, whether from sector to sector, the transport sector, hospitality, tourism, etc., are really asking that the reins be loosened on the economy. We must also brace ourselves for the ever-biting reality that this is not a magic trick, all right? He's not going to pull a rabbit out of the hat and then the economy is going to go back to the way it was, or that things will need to be a little bit easier, or that there will be a sprinkling of cash across board. We must understand that it is not an abracadabra moment here. It's going to take time for things to even get back to a semblance of normal. It's going to take time before you have money, quote unquote, flowing through the economy again. Nobody's going to wake up on Wednesday morning and voila, they have a job whereby they didn't have one, or that people who took salary cuts, that their business is going to now get back on float and then they will be able to get the money that was deducted from them put back. It's not going to be a magic wand moment and everything goes back to normal. I think that is something that may be in the minds of people that, okay, once he opens up, it's just going to be easy street and then we get back. It's not going to be that way, guys. It's going to take, and even if this is all on the assumption that he will make the announcement today that there will be a relaxing on these measures and things will come back. Even if that happens, it is not going to be an immediate result. It isn't.
If you consider that the pandemic in reality put us on something that could best perhaps be compared to a war footing or actual war, and you consider the damage that has been caused by this particular war that we refer to, this enemy we refer to as COVID, then the measures that we will be thinking of taking ought to be along the same lines, because you see the medical, the epidemiological impact is understood. What is at the center of our discussions when we talk about opening up is the economy, really. And how do you ensure that the process of opening up the economy functions in such a way that it actually meets a predetermined end, that you have a progressive end that will ensure that the country has bounced back economically and that it's robust and it's meeting whatever needs it has. And this is against the backdrop of opening up schools as well, because then now the epidemiological aspect of it, you brought it back into the discussion. Children in a sphere where the possibilities of infections will be that much higher. Everything just around going back to school, it raises that possibility. Now, this is the discussion. And the discussion is slightly incomplete if there isn't a plan that the government has put forth and explained or stated as what their roadmap is towards this end. Because people want the economy opened, yes, they do. They want the children to go back to school, yes, they do. People want to stay well, yes, they do. People understand that there's a very high possibility the economy opens up, they will get infected, yes, they do. How do you combine all these things in a way that guarantees that you actually end up meeting the needs you want to meet and yet ensuring that everything else is taken care of, primarily the safety and the health safety of your citizenry? How do you do this?
You do that by ensuring that they know, they understand that you're supposed to wear masks.
They did that before, no?
Yeah.
There was a comprehension.
Oh, no, no.
Exactly.
That
No,
before.
Let me finish.
No, Eric has just begun.
Let me finish.
Sorry,
He's just
uh-huh.
You
begun.
do that by ensuring that they know. You do that by reminding them, just like the president has reminded us 3 times now, that the fight against COVID-19 is a you and I fight. It's a you and I fight. It's not a government fight. Do that by reminding the people that.
You're doing well until you mention the government.
Yes.
Carry on.
Yeah, it's not a government fight. It's a you and I
Of course
fight.
it is a government
And then
fight.
you as a government, you say, so we have hospitals, they're open. We have PPEs. They are available to the medical workers. We have testing capacity that's now happening in the healthcare centers. And that's it. Guys, let's come. The situation on the ground right now as we speak, apart from the fact that bars are not officially open, are people drinking? Are people mingling? Yes, they are. We have seen pictures of what was happening in Mombasa. You've seen pictures of what happens whenever, is it Bumula?
Bumula.
The deputy president. We've seen pictures of
And we've been seeing
ODM leader going to Taita, going to Mombasa, the president
all the
himself.
political leaders leave
All
no one
these
out.
places. We see situation on the ground is that when it comes to the government now, one worrying so much whether when people come together they're going to spread the disease. Okay, so yeah, we worry, and then
Did they worry? Did they worry?
yes,
Actually, think about it.
the director of health is worried, and he keeps saying that.
That's what I'm saying. I
The
don't think
CS for health is worried.
I think the worry.
The medical
I think the worry is
professionals are
segmented.
worried.
The worry is segmented.
Yes.
In terms of who then is going to push this out, and even
And should
look,
that
if
worry
there
then
has been-
hamper
there-
anything else in our lives?
I think the worry should affect decisions that are made. I think this is what we always talk about when you say decisions are being made. These decisions must be fueled by information. I don't think, I think, like I said when we started this morning, I think it is interesting that on the day when we see a potential opening is a day that we see double the numbers that we've not seen in 2 weeks, right? Many would have their conspiracy theories lined up to be able to attack this particular one. However, there has been a voice that has been consistently drumming and saying we must be careful. This is what we expect to see. We would like to test more, but we're unable to because of 1, 2, 3. This that we heard, for example, the director, Dr. Amoth, saying yesterday that, you know what, the possibility of a second wave is very high. That sounding alarm has been consistent. They've been saying it. It perhaps is not loud enough. It perhaps is not carried across throughout, doesn't reverberate through the entire country, but it has been there. And I think those decisions that everybody's looking to be made ought to be fueled by this kind of information because they have it.
But you see, that's not the only kind of information. Now, here is the other thing. That is not. So we have information that's coming from the medical side. We also have information coming from the economic side. We have information coming from the political side and from ground. If you look at the ground today and you said, oh, you know what, we still have COVID. So, we've got to make sure that we are spending a lot more money on preparing ourselves in the eventuality of COVID, making sure that we build our capacity for isolation centers across the country. And for the last 3 months, you have seen increasingly people are out, people are mingling, people are not observing physical distance, you have seen. And that has not impacted on your healthcare system. Situation on the ground is another source of information. It tells you, just let the people be. In the event that it goes south, we have protocols in place.
Leave that thing, I beg.
We shall come back and say, you know what, from tomorrow, curfew is back from 5 p.m. We shall come in the event this happens. For now, just looking at the information that we have, anecdotally, or maybe they're even collecting more serious information, we don't know. Looking at what we have seen in the last X number of days, clearly, just let's allow.
But
Let's
Eric,
continue allowing.
I mean, the fire is hot. You throw a piece of paper, you see the paper burning, and then you say, it's okay, let's just walk on the coals anyway, after all. And then, should it actually burn us, we can walk back, you'll be burnt. The situation that you were in before you walked in will not be the same. It isn't as though we do not know what happens with the virus. It isn't as though we don't know what happens when you don't contain the movement of people. It's not that we don't know these things. We do know. In my mind, what you're saying would work perfectly in a situation where other variables that contribute to the situation we're in were also constant. For instance, if we knew, for instance, that despite all the many, and the really very many problems we have, the government had the money to fulfill the mandate it keeps talking about, or was able to, not just have. My position on that subject, I think, is known. Then you would say, okay, so this is what the government is going to do. But again, there's uncertainty in that department. We are, as we speak, trying to see if we can't borrow some more money to try and help us out of this situation that we are in. And there's a debate going around it. The reality is this, the overarching, the reaching reality is that this economy changed so much as a result of COVID that the issue of simply engaging reverse gear will not be enough. Moving backward is not the difficult thing. The thing is, how do you ensure that that movement forward, in my opinion, stays a movement forward? How do we ensure that the next movement forward also stays a movement forward? So that if there's any movement backward, it's half a step, not a full step. And usually it's not even a full, because it's a full step with speed. Before you actually come to a halt, you'll have moved another half step. So you're further back than where you actually began. This is my fear with trying to bring about change speedily, because where we are at didn't occur speedily.
Okay. And here's the reality. Again, I want to just keep mentioning this word reality. Reality is that from the government's perspective, the reopening has not been done hastily. We started this reopening, how long ago? Was it 2 months ago or 3 months ago? The first time when the president said, all right, so we had put in these measures. We controlled movement into Kilifi, out of Kilifi, Mombasa, Kwale, Nairobi, and Mandera. Came in and said, those coastal counties, okay, lift. Came to Nairobi, lift. Mandera, lift. Around the country, looking at the beginning of curfew, from 7, move it to 9. Ends at 5, no, let it end at 4. All that has been gradual, and we've been seeing what's happening. Okay? So where we are right now, it's from the government's perspective, it has been gradual. But from the people, the citizens' perspective, it was just sudden. The moment the first time it was announced, okay, you can move out of Nairobi, the whole country just went into, all right, we are okay. We can move. We can, we are wearing masks, but okay, gradually over like in a period of a month, the issue of face masks moved from face mask into what? Chin mask and
Head mask.
and head mask.
Forehead masks.
And forehead masks. You see, so the ground is different from government will tell you that we are making informed decisions, and we are making decisions steadily and step by step. The people are living in a completely different environment. So should the government just not catch up with the reality? Catch up with the reality. The reality is, yesterday in Mombasa at Mangina waterfront, people went and they enjoyed themselves.
Is it possible for two realities to coexist side by side?
It is.
Even three.
They have been. We have had three realities coexisting. We have the medical side reality, we have a government reality, and we have the
reality
ground
reality.
The ground reality. Those things are,
They've been coexisting
Yes.
side by side.
you see,
Eric,
the issue that now
yes.
comes in is when you say, for example, when you see that people are moving in buses in large numbers during the day. But people would like to move in buses in large numbers during the day and during the night. They are not allowed to move at night. That's why I'm saying the government meets the people's reality and allows buses to travel at night. Government meets people's reality and allows bars to open.
It is it's actually a difficult situation. The question that has been asked consistently is, do you save lives or livelihood? Okay. Now, you can't answer this question simply or easily. There's nothing simplistic about it.
No.
It's not simplistic because this is something we've never encountered before. So there isn't some response we kept somewhere in storage, which we can actually now go and collect and apply. It's something we have to think about and more or less experiment with even as we go along. Because in all honesty, it's experimenting. If you look at the countries that have opened up the economy, they were experimenting. Let's see how this works out. It's not working, roll it back. Let's try something else.
But it's interesting that you say that, City, because look at the countries that opened up and then they had to roll it back. But what had they done before that? Is that they'd already set things in motion whereby the lives and livelihoods that you're talking about had already seen some element of protection. So we had countries like the UK, for example, who said, you know what, we're going to fund your life, essentially. At the same time, we're asking you not to move, but we will take care of you in terms of giving you something every month to make sure that you're fine and your job being protected. So then you see why then it would have been easy, quote unquote, even if they said open, and then for some reason, when you see a hike or a spike in some of these infections, then they can easily say, all right, let's close it up again. Why? Because they had already put in place the measures to make sure that they could tell people to go back home, or they could tell people to shut down even if they had said open up. Here, as Eric says, ground.
The
People have nothing to fall back on.
The Ministry of Health are in a very difficult position. I mean, genuinely difficult. All the diseases that they're supposed to manage, alleviate, they didn't go anywhere.
Still here with us.
Didn't move. Now, you then have this particular condition that requires a lot more money than you perhaps had planned for, needed to plan for, have planned for. And of course, there's the other extraneous activities that go around this money, which this morning is not the subject of our discussion. Should I say adverse, extraneous? Yes. But it's a reality that that ministry has to deal with. And then there's the reality of the other arms of government called the county, who are supposed to help in this fight, because remember, we all belong to counties. So even as we talk of the national government, we all belong to a segment of that country called a county, where our interests ought to be taken care of by that particular government. Now, in an ideal situation where everything was working, the hospital bed capacity was as it should be. There were ICUs strewn all over the landscape. There were drugs for every disease known to mankind in this particular country that you could access. And still there was COVID. Would we still need to open up the economy? Would it still be advisable to open up the economy? Because opening it up means you relax the hours and say, okay, we are this 10 o'clock thing. No, it's 9 o'clock, sorry.
9 o'clock.
This 9 o'clock thing, let's push it to 11, shall we? Or let's try with 10, shall we? And this 4 o'clock, leave 4 o'clock as to where it is. But face masks, every establishment, has a sign. If you go to even a restaurant, they have this clear sign. But the thing is, you have to remove the mask when you're eating. So that is taken care of by the distance you're supposed to create, and it's created by the establishment itself. Unfortunately, such precautions don't exist in public meetings. The moment it's a public gathering, in a sense, whether it is a political meeting,
all measures get thrown out the window.
In fact, I don't even think they get thrown out. People just go back to factory settings. They just do what they've been doing for the longest time possible.
Even those things that you're saying, yes, you'll enter into very many establishments. You'll find the signage is very clear. Observe this. They'll screen your temperature at entrance. But that's just about it. Once you enter, once you start mingling, a friend walks by and they're also coming to eat at the same establishment, you'll stand up and hug. We're seeing that is what is happening. That's why I keep telling you guys, reality, ground. And this COVID, look, we moved out of the March and April situation a long time ago.
Did we?
Yes.
Did we? And the March and April situation was what exactly?
The March and April situation was where there was actual genuine fear. So where people would actually now think clearly about approaching one another, think clearly about shaking hands, think clearly about maintaining that distance, not visiting each other. People are visiting one another. People are hosting parties at home. People are hosting each other at home. It's a reality. We can talk all these manner of things, just like the government keeps coming up with these plans. The government comes up with protocol A to Z. The government does all this. Reality on the ground. Are people meeting? Yes. Are people observing social distance?
No.
Not at all times.
Are people drinking?
Yes.
Are people keeping curfew hours? No.
No. Are people out after 9 p.m.?
So
Are people worried about, there's a
because
time when 7 p.m. would approach and you'd see people really rushing to go to get indoors. Right now, ni saa ngapi? Haya, ni 9.
Okay. Let's go slowly.
So what you're saying is, because the citizenry have decided to completely ignore measures that were put in place for their own safety, we should just lift them all together. I think not.
Just because you're ignoring something.
I think not.
Just because you're ignoring something, or you've chosen to live again a different reality from what the situation is, doesn't mean that the danger doesn't still lurk.
The danger still lurks.
Yes,
What I'm
it
saying is that the government should then adjust to the reality. Don't stick there on paper saying, this is what you're supposed to be doing. Sticking to things on paper, well, the reality is different.
What then ought the government to do, Eric?
Open up the economy. Tell people, listen, guys, observe social distance. If you need to go to hospital, this is where you go. This is what we shall do. We shall be ready. If we need to go to hospital, the hospitals are ready. And ensure the government then ensures.
When we talk about the historical, we're not talking about 10 years ago. We're talking about round the bend and over the hill. Months ago, when they talked about being ready in terms of what was available when it came to healthcare and the medical system.
That's what I'm saying.
What was it ready?
The government should only focus on those things that it can do. Hii
when
mambo
do
ingine
you
of
think
telling
that
us, I
has
don't know,
been- when has
don't
that
visit
ever
each
been
other.
the case?
Forget it.
Focusing on what they think they can do. That's what the government is going to focus on.
Yes.
Can we start with
it's making
focusing
too,
on
it's
saying what
mixing
they can
too
do?
many
Because-
things.
Okay, let them tell us what they can do. I think it is important for us to also hear because
No, we should tell them what we
No,
want
no,
them
no.
to do.
You say they should tell people what they should do and also tell them what you can do for them. Let's start from there. Can they test?
That's-
Yes,
let's
they
just
can.
start from there.
About
Or
3,000
can they
samples
test?
per
Yes,
day.
or do they
Let's
also
take a
want us
break.
to just test ourselves?
Let's take a break.
Pay,
Half
and
past
pay for it.
29 minutes after 8. Let's take a look at the weather and traffic. And also, we'll be taking your calls now after this break. 0719 012 600 or on social media, Spice FM, KE, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Should the president loosen the COVID-19 safety restrictions and open up the economy? Good morning.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Spice up your life. Spice FM, Nyeri. Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise.
Nairobi at 17. We'll go to highs of 25 today. Still overcast. And in Nyeri, 17 and mostly cloudy. We'll go to highs of 23. Nakuru is going to see a high of 24 today and a chance of rain later on. Eldoret is partly cloudy at 16, going to highs of 22 and lows of 12. It's partly cloudy in Kisumu at 21 degrees, highs of 27 and a chance of rain later. Kakamega is partly cloudy at 18, highs of 26 and lows of 14, and a chance of rains later as well. It's mostly cloudy in Mombasa. Chances of rain are quite high, as is Malindi, and we'll see highs of 29 today in Malindi. Cloudy in Kampala at 20 degrees, highs of 24 and lows of 19. And the fog continues in Dar es Salaam, highs of 29 today. It's currently at 25 and a chance of rain in Dar today. We'll wrap things up for now in Lagos. It's 30 degrees and that'll be the high. Partly cloudy conditions are coming down to a low of 24.
Traffic.
Looking a little bit better, but then we see that something else has caused traffic on Mombasa Road today. There's been an accident between a bus and a smaller vehicle, and that is clogging up traffic right around Capital Center. So when you got out of the area just after General Motors, you go a little while, and then you get back into traffic as you try and head towards the Nairobi Stadium roundabouts. It's going to take you a while, guys, on Mombasa Road today. It's not giving up the best vibes, unfortunately. Coming off of Thika Road, though, is looking a little bit better. There's still the mishmash on Kiambu Road. It's going to take a while. 2 lanes turn to 6, unfortunately. So let's see how that opens up later. Spice FM KE, that's how you can reach us on Twitter. Remember, the eastern and southern bypasses are open to and from Thika Road, Mombasa Road as well. So you can use that longer, but you don't have to sit through the traffic.
Are you ready? Okay.
Spice FM. Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
So should President Uhuru Kenyatta open up lift the restrictions and open up the country and the economy? That's a question that we are asking. 0719 012 Will it have any impact?
Of
If it
course it
does.
will. It most certainly will. Remember, I'm Kenyan, I'm African. I cannot run away from the perception of parenting that is often likened to leadership. There are some decisions that you make on behalf of others. You may not think even that you're making it, but by making it, you've made it on behalf of the others. By setting the example, you may think you aren't setting an example for the others, but you are. All the things you've said, Eric, are absolutely true if you're talking about reality on the ground. But we are talking about a medical problem that has huge social and economic ramifications. Now, some of these things that we keep saying ought to be done, they're not scientific. They're perceptions, they're wishes that we would have. It's this thinking It's this way of looking at things and assuming that just because we think it hard enough, long enough, then it ought to represent the truth. It doesn't. The reason why HIV, for instance, spread as it did was because of the certain perceptions that people are under, stuck to those perceptions, and they died with those perceptions. And then they infected others who need not have died from those from the infection. But those perceptions had far-reaching consequences. And in some communities, it decimated entire an adult population just disappeared. One after the other, after the other, after the other, after the other.
And the thing with that is that it could have been avoided.
It could have easily been avoided.
Because of some kind, just a little bit of behavior change.
And why I'm mentioning this wasn't like COVID where we are dancing with the possibilities of there being test kits and not. We are dancing with the possibility of there being enough ICUs and bed capacity. No. Fully funded. The drugs were available. The care and treatment process that you required was available. And guess what? It was free. Absolutely free. And yet, because people stuck to these perceptions and stuck fast, they died fast. So, when you have an opportunity to set something right, and this is what COVID has done, it has given you an opportunity to rethink many, many things. You can't approach this thing the way you've been approaching everything else.
Or you can't approach it the way in which you've been approaching the COVID itself all this time. Because what do we continue talking about? Every day there are evolving ideas or evolving thoughts around COVID. The things you know today that you did not know in March. The things that they knew in July that they did not know in January when this thing reared its head in different parts of the world. The things you know now which you didn't before. If you want to look at how the disease, for example, is airborne, quote unquote.
Yes.
This was something that people did not come to grips with before. Right?
No.
But then where's the focus? The focus is that I don't have enough in my hand to put on my table. And it seems that now, unfortunately, we are ignoring what the medical science is telling us. What it is that could happen, unfortunately, it must be taken into consideration.
Let's go to the phone
We talk
lines
about
then.
it being on the ground and what the reality is. That's something we cannot run away from. On the other hand, the bigger, badder, scarier monster is that the science, we cannot run away from it either.
Okay, that's science. Is it running away from us? 0719-012-600. Eric Odongo in Karen. Good morning.
Good morning, Siti, Odu, and Eric.
Good morning to you.
Morning.
So should
Yeah,
the
I'm good. I
president,
think,
lift the restrictions?
Yeah, it should. Actually, that's the wrong question.
Tell us the
Everything
right
is
question,
happening
sir.
now. Yeah, we just need the decree of the president. Like you said, the situation is different on the ground. But again, if the president relaxes the economy, it will give us a glimpse of hope that our economy will bounce back. For example, if I return back to work after chef, at least when I'm going to school, I will have something to say. I'll say, please take my daughters to here are my daughters.
Yep.
I wanted to be in school.
Yep.
By the end of the month, I'll give you your tuition fee. You feel me?
Sure.
So at least it will just give us a hope that at least I have something, like not just right now.
Eric,
when
if the president today announced officially that, so I've lifted these restrictions, how soon do you hope to go back to work? You're a chef, right? You worked in the hospitality industry.
Yeah.
How soon do you expect to go back to work?
On Monday. Monday, because we were told if the president open up the economy, we should resume work on Monday.
I see.
On Monday.
So
at least we have a hope.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much, Eric.
Thank you.
Taking in more calls, 0719-012-600. This is a must. We are tired of restrictions whereby even the government itself, they are not following those restrictions. This is Wata saying that on Twitter.
It may very well be true what Wata is saying, but this is a question of what he wants to do for himself, really. Whether he thinks these restrictions would help him as a person, and whether the safety measures the government talks of are real and things which can be productive. Remember, we have a situation in this country that is gaining momentum. People with chronic conditions. More so, you hear of heart attacks.
Yeah.
you will not be sweating on the forehead or the nose, or suddenly your ears won't become larger because you have a heart condition.
No.
It's called a silent killer. Why? Sometimes there are even no signs that you... Diabetes is another. No sign whatsoever. But there is a need for people to actually ensure that certain processes are taken to guarantee that you have an idea of what's happening.
Let's go back to the phone lines. Letting in Nandi, good morning.
Good morning, Eric. How are you?
Very well, thank you.
Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can.
Okay. About today's presidential speech, we expect the first thing is let people do business.
Okay.
There's something called hunger. Hunger is certain. It will kill you. But if you're expecting something about a flu that people have survived, that they don't have a medicine already, I think the president should just see. There's some time Muga said something that only a fool will count his teeth with his fingers. Muga, can you remind me, what did they use?
I would really like to remind you, but I was hoping it is you who would remind me of what I said.
Okay, then let me remind you.
But paraphrase it as you understood it.
Yeah, you use your tongue to count your teeth.
To count your teeth.
Yes, so therefore it means the president should have tested the waters. By him making visits to the people to do campaigns, to say we are going to launch something, and also trying to restrain himself not to do a big thing, he is playing double standard. He should look at Tanzania and say, this place is safe, let's go for it, let's open it, let's see how we do. I have had a first-hand experience about someone who has had COVID, and I even tried to look like, if they're going to infect me, will it really harm me? But if they did nothing to someone I know, then I knew this is something that will go away.
All right. Lating, thank you very much. Let's hear from Donald in the pipeline. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Muga.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm very well, thank you, sir.
To me, with the view, the president should just open the economy. Because possibly with all the restrictions that were put, things to do, social distancing and everything, possibly we see the gatherings, everything, okay, the politicians are holding their gatherings, everything is normal. So we as a country, I think everything should just be opened, because with all the restrictions, I think we've done enough. So Kenyans have taken everything just as a scam, because they possibly don't believe that there was something like Corona.
But sir, is it really normal, or does it appear to be normal?
Possibly they brought up something like the new normal. So possibly we have adapted to the new normal. Everything is normal to us.
All right. Let's hear from Charles. Charles in Nairobi, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Fine, thank you.
I tend to believe that the media is not fair to Kenyans, because the media continue to portray this idea that when the restrictions are lifted, more Kenyans will get infected. But the politician is out there doing his thing. You journalists, the three of you are working there, you are going to be paid. We are restricted. Our business cannot move because the media continues to tell the Kenyans how dangerous it is to open up these spaces. Look at Tanzania. How many people are dying in Tanzania? Nobody. The media is not telling us what is happening in Uganda. We are the neighbors here. They are doing their things. I think the media in Kenya is not doing a service to Kenyans. You are not informing as well. Your ideas are skewed. You should be objective when you deal to such kind of sensitive information like the pandemic we have been having for the last 6 months.
Charles, is there something specific that you think the media has not said?
The president should open up the country so that people, we are informed now, and it's upon each and every one of us to take care. We should be informative instead of scaring the public.
Do you think the public is scared, really? I must ask you that. Do you think the public is scared now? Scared looking at
It's
COVID,
confused.
the way it has been, the way it was.
My dear,
just a minute, Charles. The way it
is,
was in March and what we are looking at now. Is the public scared? Really?
The public is confused because of the media. The public is confused because the public is seeing the politician doing its own thing out there.
Charles, connect
the
this for me.
The media is covering.
Please connect this for me. The politicians doing what they do and the media doing what they do. We actually don't manufacture information. We actually report it.
As is.
I didn't get your question.
I'm saying you seem to be suggesting that we actually manufacture information and we see ourselves as people who actually just report information.
Those are not my words, my friend. I have not said you manufacture. You portray what is out there. And what is out there continues to confuse the public.
So should we not portray what is out there?
The public is being told keep at home, but every other person is doing business.
What you are right about, Charles, is that indeed, as the media, there are times when perhaps we don't report as exhaustively as we can and as we could, but when we hear comments such as yours, we thank you because it enables us to perhaps relook at what we are doing and reconsider that there may be things that we hadn't considered before. So we thank you.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. The Kenyan media needs to the Kenyan media is informing us from the lenses of the West and Europe.
You got a long leash there, Charles. I'd take it and run if I were you. I think that's...
Thank you, Charles. Mohammed.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Mohammed in Mwaki Jembe. How are you?
Thank you, sir. I'm well. Waungwana, salamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam, kaka.
Wajua waungwana nyinyi bwana, mimi nawashukuru kwa vile mnavyoendesha vipindi. Kipindi kizito, maneno mazito na inaeleweka vizuri sana.
Wewe pia ni mngwana kaka, tunashukuru sana vile unatuhusisha kwa fikra zako na mawazo yako. Asante sana.
Mungu akubariki na awabariki nyote.
Asante.
Amina.
Sasa mimi naona mheshimiwa rais ni afungue nchi. Hiyo ni maoni yangu. Kuongezea tena kuhusu mambo ya COVID-19, hii ni virus. Na mara nyingi wataalamu science inajua viral infection cure ni muhali. Almost tuseme muhali, impossible yani. Lakini sangine inawezekana, lakini most of the time ni impossible. The only thing you can tackle viruses is through the immune system. In fact, even the vaccines they are trying to invent or to create is just there to boost your immune system when you are being attacked by the virus, so that it fights back. Now, sisi hapa Afrika, ikasemekana mortality rate iko low as lot as what they expected, because we consume a lot of green vegetables. And that's a very good source of vitamin C. And every professional, or scientifically, I can say it's correct that the only way to boost your immune system is to be consuming a lot of foods or anything that will be having vitamin C. And vitamin C is the only vitamin which boosts our immune system. Sasa, kuna vitamin C supplement nakumbuka, a tablet used to go for $1. They can give to the children every morning a tablet. Kenyans should consume a lot of things which will boost their immune system. Ukwaju, tamarind.
Yes.
It's a very good source of vitamin C. If you can get a juice. Mwalimu najua huko Mombasa uliwahi kunywa juice ya ukwaju.
Ndiyo.
Na hiyo ukwaju iko na vitamin C ya hali ya juu sana. Na tukitumianga vitu vingi ambayo ina boost immune system ambayo source ya kupata vitamin C. Ni mafua tu kama kawaida. Unajua mafua hata kwa nyumba wewe ukishikwa peke yako familia nzima inashikwa. Na hii COVID sikuwa ni uongo, ni kweli, lakini it's just a flu. And that flu can be only tackled by building our immune system. Na immune system tuendelee. Na mimi sioni hawa katika media, scientists, medical wakihimiza sana kuhusu mambo ya kuboost immune system kwa kupata vitamin C. Sana ni maborokoa, sijui keep distance. Mambo yote ni kama tunazunguka kwa mbuyu tu. Kwa hivyo himizeni Wakenya wapate vitamin C kwa wingi.
Asante,
Tutashinda
Mohamed.
COVID.
Asante.
Thank
Have a
you.
good day.
Have a blessed day.
You too.
Asante kaka.
So, just listening to this feedback, it sounds clearly that, well, first of all, there is clear understanding that there is COVID.
Oh, that is understood.
There's nobody who's arguing that, there's no COVID. There's COVID. There's COVID. It's there in the country, and it is dangerous if it catches you on the wrong side. But then there's also the issue that you're talking about, lives versus livelihoods. And it appears like now on the scale, people are thinking about livelihoods. We shall deal with this thing if we see.
You see,
It's like the threat has basically just reduced. That the understanding of the threat and the fear of COVID-19 has reduced, and more is, I need to survive. I need to live my life.
It's very interesting because, even as you say that, and just listening to what it is that a lot of people want, or the general perception or agreement is that we want the economy to open so that I can go and further secure my livelihood, right?
Yep.
Get some more money on the table, be able to get back to the way the things were so that I could take care of my family. However, the same individual is not ready to put their children back into this system. Not ready to put children back for two reasons. One, because they're worried about the safety of the children, going back to the argument that, yes, very well aware that COVID exists. Number two, also have not been able to earn over the last 6 months so that they can then send their children back to school. So let me go out and fight this thing. However, let me go out there and be able to do my business, go back into my job. But I'm not ready to reintroduce my children into that system. And I am not ready in terms of having money in my pocket then to also reintroduce my children back into that system. So let me go out and fight as somebody who can, but not put my children at risk.
Does it not paint a picture of a population who actually understand COVID very well?
There you go. Knowing the dangers, are very well cognizant of the fact that it is dangerous. Still.
Yes.
But I'd rather deal with it as somebody who can because I'm maybe more, grown up, quote unquote. So understanding the dangers, still very much there front and center.
You know very well you're supposed to go and hunt and bring food back home, but you don't want your children to go and hunt.
Exactly.
I want to go and face the danger.
Because you know the dangers out there.
Exactly.
Your children will not know the dangers.
Yep.
So
child
you
is not
rather
going to understand
No.
that you can't share your face mask, or that you should sit a meter away from each other, or you shouldn't play together in the playground, or when you need to go out, borrow something from your classmates. They're not going to reconcile with that. So you'd rather not put them into that danger.
It's a population that's very much aware and alert of what's
Absolutely.
happening.
That's clear.
And therefore, let's trust their decision making.
I am in full agreement with you there, Eric.
9 minutes to 9. We will wait to hear what the president says this afternoon. And, we will also discuss this tomorrow and see whether you're satisfied with what the president has said and what more could have been said and whether it was said. This is a Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation, broadcasting on Spice FM and on KTN Home. We'd like to say goodbye to our audience on KTN Home now. Join us again tomorrow morning, 7 a.m. to 9 o'clock. But this Situation Room it airs every morning, every weekday morning, 6 a.m. to 10 o'clock. So if you just tune into Spice FM, you'll hear the rest of our conversation. In the next hour, we'll be speaking to the ODM Secretary General Edwin Sifuna and the Senator for Elgeyo Marakwet, Kipchumba Murkomen. Good morning.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Spice up your life. Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah!
You're listening to Spice FM.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. Spice FM.
Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, 7 minutes to 9. More comments also coming in on social media.
Okay, so I have this message that someone sent to me just a few minutes ago, and he said, okay, so now everybody's saying that bars should open. At the same time, folks are saying that they don't have money in terms of sending children back to school. So this money that people want to go and spend drinking in bars, where is it supposed to come from?
Well, you go to the bar, the money will come. Things will happen.
It will all come together.
It will all come together.
There's no money. We need time to be able to put it. But, you know, bars should open.
And you'll go back home happy.
At the very least. And wake up with a headache and reality that your problems are still facing you front and center.
Eli Nyeri says, Kwani there is COVID-19 for bars and concerts and a different one from those of politicians. Uhuru atufungulie nchi, kila mtu apambane na hali yake. Open.
I don't think there's doubt that some of these restrictions will be lifted. I think that is going to happen. I don't think that there will be a full-blown opening of the country, a full-blown opening of the economy as such. But then going back to what I said in the very beginning.
What do you think will be? What do you think will be maintained? One of these, the curfew will be maintained.
Well,
not night travel.
I don't think night travel will be reintroduced. Not at this point. I don't think so. I don't think that the curfew will be totally lifted. I think some hours.
But why not, though? If you think about it, if let's say the president allows meetings to go on, political rallies to continue, people to congregate in bars, what's it about the night?
Essentially, I don't think it's very different from the daytime, except this. What you've done with a lockdown is you restrict the movement, you restrict the possibilities. If you open up what you call night travel, you are opening up night activity, nocturnal activities. So what you've now done is opened up the possibilities again of infection to an even greater, yes, and a more difficult environment to manage than it would be if it was in the daytime. Those would argue, not true, it is easier to manage. But the truth is this, if you say 24-hour operations as per normal, you've opened up the economy. And you've opened it up in every sphere that you could imagine.
Yeah.
That's what has happened.
And I also think, and I would hope that even with whatever kind of opening is announced, that they would be extremely cautious with what happens with children. I continue to say that with things like this and the spread of things like this, children would be one of the greatest vehicle of spreading this. We've said that, okay, yes, they've been at home, they've been playing in the estate, but still in very close proximity to their homes, whichever way you want to look at it. Having been then introduced.
So the virus is scared because
No. Listen to what I'm saying. If now you have people traveling distances, and then you have people coming in contact with each other from whom you do not know their specific origin, it's clear that the chances of spreading are much higher. It is.
Patrick in Vihiga, good morning.
Yes, good morning.
How are you?
I'm fine. I must congratulate you people. You're doing very good work.
Asante sana.
I'm looking at this issue from a previous speaker, but let me be very kind to him. You see, the officials at Yafia House and the politicians are behaving like a beam balance or a seesaw. So the press is only reporting what is happening. And you see, we have come a long way where we are, you people in the media. We are, in fact, the best in the region, so you cannot be blamed for this and that. What I feel is the president should relax the economy, but the behavior-related restrictions should be observed thoroughly.
Like?
The social distancing, the wearing of the face masks, washing, having sanitizers here and there. Yeah, because it's all about the behavior.
True.
Yeah.
Asante
That's
sana,
my take,
Patrick.
gentlemen.
Asante sana.
Yeah, and as a sign off, I am very much impressed by the people you target to give us information about this and that. And especially the lady, the CEO, is it Synovate?
Infotruck. Yes.
Yeah, thanks a lot. My MP Omboko Milemba has done very good work. We allowed him a lot.
All right. How would you rate Omboko Milemba? 1 being very
Omboko
poorly,
Milemba.
10 being very good. Excellent.
He is excellent.
So you give him 10.
I give him 10 out of 10.
I see.
You know, the thing is,
Mm-hmm.
Having been a teacher and all the time having worked in a Mwaya constituency,
Mm-hmm.
he understands the real issues facing his people.
So what is it that he does that makes people feel so happy about him?
He has committed a lot of efforts and CDF efforts on education.
All right.
Because that is key. Without education, we cannot move far.
Asante sana, Patrick. Have a good day.
Same to you.
Thank you. So there we go. We actually get one direct endorsement of that report by Infotrack that says exactly what happens. So in the next hour, we are going to speak with two politicians. One is the Secretary General of the Orange Democratic Movement Kenya, that is Edwin Sifuna, and the other is the Senator for Elgeyo Marakwet, Kipchumba Murkomen. And we want to understand. These two gentlemen are lawyers. Do lawyers interpret the law as lawyers, or do they interpret the law as partisan, especially when these lawyers are politicians, like in this case? The issue of the CJ Maraga advice to the president, was it sound, was it not sound? Is it a must that the president follows this advice? Is it not? Is shall or shall may?
Shall must.
Or shall must.
Or shall might.
Shall might. What exactly is it? And we understand now the translation of this from the political side. Good morning. It's 9 o'clock.
Spice up your life. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Okay, so the problem that you're experiencing around the Hurlingham area, then going towards Valley Road and then out towards Owings Quebec, is that a vehicle not just hit another one, but a bus has overturned on that road. So that is what is causing that major traffic there. And it's spilling all the way down to Valley Road inbound, and it's affecting traffic well within the CBD, guys. So that is the reason, and it's trying to be sorted out. They're trying to sort it out, rather, and I hope that happens soon, so you don't have to be stuck there for too long. Okay, traffic on Mombasa Road, asking, is there a permanent solution? Well, the expressway is being sorted out. That is affecting traffic. Let's see if that changes when that is done. But today, crazy traffic on Mombasa Road. Cops are there to try to figure that out. Coming off of Thika Road into the CBD as well, right around the Globe Cinema overpass, and then at the Victory Hotel there's a slowing down of things. Hopefully that picks up when we get out of traffic hour officially. We'll let you know how that goes. Let us know also what you see if you get stuck somewhere. Spice of MKE, that's how you can reach us on Twitter.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latif, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your
9:02 on this 28th day of September. This is Kenya's biggest conversation. CT, love and hate.
If there's cause to hate someone, the cause to love has just begun.
If there's cause to hate someone,
Yes.
the cause to love.
Yes.
has
And
just
it
begun.
doesn't necessarily mean at that particular moment in time. It could mean within that time space. Okay. Something else may also be happening, quite aside from the hate.
Oh. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Think of the love songs you've heard of, Eric. Whenever you hear of a love song, there is no love song none whatsoever, that doesn't talk about pain also. None. It's not just happiness, happiness, happiness. No. Pain, 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 then a little happiness and perhaps a lot more happiness. But pain is a necessary ingredient in any narrative or any song or any lyric that refers to love.
And then there are those that now talk about hate.
Which
I
emanate
hate you
from
so much
love,
right now.
which was not adequately recompensed.
It's because basically just love went south.
Sometimes even south, east, and or west.
Wow.
You make my love go south.
All more lyrics this morning.
Hey, all right. So, when you look at the political space that we have, we've seen what has happened in the country right now. The whole debate is whether the president should dissolve parliament as advised by the Chief Justice. Is this constitutional provision mandatory for the president to do? Was it sound advice coming from the judiciary, the Chief Justice? Did it follow procedure? When the people have complained that this parliament has done 10 years without coming up with a proper framework of ensuring that we have gender balance in the two houses of representation, National Assembly and the Senate, do we heap the blame on Parliament, and therefore, is it right for Parliament to go home? All manner of interpretation comes into this. Oh, the president must do this. No, the president now does not have to do this. He can take some time before he does this. And then we look at also what, for example, we've heard from the leader of ODM. The leader of ODM has said, yes, we are where we are. It's indeed true that Parliament has been unable to enact legislation to bring effect to this constitutional requirement. Then also, there's an opportunity for the people to exercise their sovereignty directly without using their elected leaders. And listening to that and listening to what the ODM leader has talked about recently, it's about the Building Bridges Initiative, whose report he says is ready and should very soon be presented to him and the president. And then after that, we start looking at then what is it that the people of Kenya have told the BBI task force? What is it that then we do to fix what is not working in our country to ensure that it works perfectly this time? Then it takes us into a referendum at some point. He says early next year, there may be a referendum. One of the things that some people have said could be addressed by this constitutional referendum would be fixing this quagmire that we have in terms of how to realize the gender balance in National Assembly and in the Senate. So is this an opportunity for BBI? Is this a bad side for BBI? Is BBI then going to be like the solution pill that we swallow and we don't need to dissolve Parliament, or we dissolve Parliament and at the same time we vote for BBI so that the new Parliament comes in with a fresh BBI look and mandate? What is it? When you listen to the interpretation by politicians, you are sort of left confused, especially when those politicians are also at the same time lawyers, because they'll say, the law is clear. Edwin Sifuna, the ODM Secretary General, is a lawyer. And the other person that we're hoping to speak to today is Kipchumba Murkomen, the Senator for Elgeyo Marakwet, is a lawyer. If these two gentlemen speak, are they going to have the same interpretation of that same law?
This discipline, I think, understands those vagaries well, and that is why we have a referee. It's called the court. And the refereeship allows for even further complaints. If it's a matter that goes to a magistrate's court, nothing happens, you take a little higher to maybe the chief magistrate or resident magistrate. Same with the bench, the higher officer of the bench. You go to an appeals court. I mean, there's an entire process that is supposed to provide you with refereeing that should leave you with an understanding of what a group of people, or the thinking around the law, when you put subject to a group of people who understand the law and have understood it for a long time, have arrived at. And this is what guides what we call our legal, is it called jurisprudence? Yes. So it isn't as though all is lost. It is, we do have a mechanism. Some consider it tedious, but if you look at what is at stake, it should be tedious. if you look at the ramifications of these decisions when they are made, then it should be tedious.
It should be.
It shouldn't be something that is hurried. And if there's a debate, and if there's a vigorous debate, so much the better, because then you have an opportunity as a layperson. I'm talking about myself here. I have an opportunity to actually understand some of these things that ordinarily I wouldn't have time to read or understand. But the debate now forces me to listen and understand. And the conclusion I've come to is that these things are not as simple as they sound.
It's complex.
Yes, they're not as simple as they sound. And even the drafters of the Constitution and those who put it in place understood this.
Shall we bring in our guest now, Edwin Sifuna, the ODM Secretary General. Good morning, Edwin.
Good morning, Eric. I have lost you on Zoom, so I am only with you on phone. Is that okay?
That's all right. We can see you on Zoom. We haven't lost you.
I can't see you.
It's okay. That
That's
works well for us.
Okay. It's a good morning, so let's proceed.
All right, Edwin, let's start with, first of all, your interpretation and reaction to the advice that came from the Chief Justice to the President. Dissolve Parliament.
Yeah, I think it is unfair for you to lump all the lawyers who are also politicians together. I personally have drawn a distinction between lawyers who are members of Parliament and lawyers who are not members of Parliament. Because when it comes to members of Parliament, it is a known fact that their conflict of interest does not allow them to interpret any other way that decision by the Chief Justice other than in a way that accords with their personal interest. So it is very normal for members of Parliament, even who are non-lawyers. You have seen even my friend John Buddy is an accountant, but his interpretation of the decision by the CJ is the same as my senior Otende Amolo. And they are allowed to, because as far as we are concerned, as ODM, people are allowed to express their views on these things. From my own perspective, I agree with what the party leader said, that in fact, it is a fact that Parliament has been able to meet the dictates of the Constitution, and that everybody was aware of the attendant consequences for failure to do what is dictated under the Constitution. I also believe, as a lawyer, that there is no two ways to interpret the word shall. That in fact the Constitution leaves very little in terms of wiggle room for the Chief Justice and for the President. So when our party leader, for instance, says that there must be very serious consultations, it is not to say that we are giving the President a choice. I think there is no choice in the Constitution. But there are emergent issues, and I'm sure everybody agrees that there are a number of gray areas that need to be cleared, so that when we proceed as a country, we all know what we are doing and what the consequences of those actions are going to be.
Mr. Sifuna, did I hear you correctly? And am I interpreting what you said correctly when you say that your colleagues who have a legal background and training are not capable of partiality?
When they are members of Parliament, we have seen it time and again. This is not something I need to say, CT. You know it. When it comes to the collective interest of Parliament, your profession does not matter at all. It is the parochial interest of Parliament as an institution always takes over. So this is not something that is new. And we expected that, with the exception of only maybe a few female members of Parliament, the rest of the parliamentarians are very clear that they don't want to go home.
It's very clear. A lot of things were said. So do you think that the argument that is being put forward for the Chief Justice, and if he makes the decision, or if the President goes ahead to make whatever decision that he would make, so many arguments have come out as a result of this. Is it is this a robust argument to preserve their jobs, or to actually hope that the country is better? Because they talk about, if Parliament is dissolved, we're looking at potential danger in the country politically. Do you think these arguments are as a result of fear of losing their jobs, or are these arguments founded?
I think for me, I would prefer a discussion where we separate the parochial interest of Parliament and also just look at the practical difficulties that there would be, for instance, in the implementation of that order. I know that the matter has gone before the court now. What is there are some strange things that I need to point out. Number one, in the communication from the Chief Justice, he said that even when they were invited, the two speakers of Parliament, the National Assembly and the Senate, only filed POs against the petitions that were presented to the Chief Justice. But they never took time to file submissions. So I was a bit taken aback when I see Speaker Muturi, after the fact, now giving us submissions. He should have put those material before the Chief Justice, and probably the decision would have been different. They have raised some valid legal questions that I believe will be ventilated as to whether, for instance, the order was directed at the 11th Parliament or to Parliament. The question as to whether the requirement under Article 27 is the same one as Article 100, because they argue that they have passed a bill before the National Assembly to deal with Article 100, which encompasses not just the gender question, but also the question of persons with disabilities and youth. And that bill is actually before the Senate right now. Whether that satisfies the requirement under Article 27 is a valid argument. But there are some arguments that I cannot just entertain personally. When somebody says, even if Parliament is now dissolved, the new Parliament will still not meet the gender threshold. That argument is misplaced, because Parliament is not being punished for not meeting the gender quota. They are being punished for failing in their legislative duty. In my view, my argument as a lawyer, I understand the responsibility on Parliament to be just pass a legislation that sets a framework for the realization of the gender principle. Any legislation would actually remove that noose from around the neck of Parliament. And even when you come and start saying, the responsibility is on the state, but the legislative authority of the state is vested in one institution only. So that failure they cannot run away from, but there are questions, including under Article 261.8, when it talks about the new Parliament having the same amount of time to pass the new legislation. Does that mean that the new Parliament gets 5 years? Because the period in the schedule is 5 years. Yeah. So for me, there are political arguments which you can always understand when people come from selfish positions, but there are also serious legal issues that would be interesting to see ventilated.
But it sounds like, you're excusing the fact that they can be partisan because they're protecting their self-interest. But is this what is expected of a leader at that point? Should a leader at that point, say, divorce their self-interest and their partisanship from just the fact, this is what we are supposed to do, we have done it, we have not done it, and therefore we deserve to be punished, or we don't deserve to be punished? Not just taking a position just because it suits you to advance that idea to the public. Is that is the ideal situation, Eric, but you must always understand, you must accept the reality as it is. It is very easy for you to speak when it is parliamentarians, but I've seen the same behavior even when it comes to members of the media. Yep. You're just talking here, but when the day comes that we are saying we want to fire all of you at Spice FM, you start a union and start saying Spice FM is they are the best presenters and hosts. So we can acknowledge self-interest. We can filter out views which we know are being driven by those parochial interests, and then have a proper discussions on what we can objectively agree are serious issues that need to be dealt with.
How would you know? How would you know if somebody was not fronting an argument? How would you know if somebody was fronting an argument and it had nothing to do with any kind of vested interest? How would you know that this person on the other side then was actually being authentic with their argument?
I don't know. I mean, there is no way to measure when someone is objective. But we can, to a certain degree, tell when an argument is being driven by parochial interest. When you see unanimity across the House, for instance, on any issue, especially that is directly targeted at the welfare of the same people, then you can always conclude that that argument is coming from a selfish interest point of view. Many of us were surprised by some of the arguments advanced by people we have a lot of respect for. They are also members of my own political party, but they are entitled to those views because everybody has their own interpretation of some of these things.
Again, Mr. Sifuna, am I to understand that if you were in their position, you would behave exactly the way they are behaving?
I am saying it is possible. It is possible because if you look at the extent of even financial exposure that some of these members are in, if they keep bringing up the fact that they are servicing loans, they are not prepared to go to the ground. Politically, we know that some of them say the first 3 years ni ya kurudisha ile pesa ulitumia kwa campaign. Then now this final 2 years is to put together a kitty for the election. So if an election is called right now, it is going to be a problem. Then there are others who come from areas where they have been imagining that their party bosses will not be of any significant influence on their re-election in 2022. Suddenly they are realizing there's a prospect of elections when that guy is still in charge and is still the regional kingpin. Like some people in Mount Kenya are pissing their pants, forgive my English, but the very idea that Uhuru Kenyatta can superintend over elections in Mount Kenya while he's still president and not in 2022 when they expected him to be a member, it sends very serious shivers down people's spine. Yeah. For many other people, they could actually be even other unforeseen positives. For instance, if the interpretation under 261 of Article 8 is that the new parliament gets 5 years, it could help with some of the problems we have seen and the people who have been pushing for separation of elections, that we will now have parliamentary elections midterm, and that when we go into 2022, we'll only have 3 ballots. Yeah? So it is a whole discussion, and there's a lot of gray areas, and there's nothing wrong in engaging in that discourse.
When you look at like now what we're calling the parochial interests of politicians and what they are advancing, I mean, Chapter 6 of the Constitution and also the Leadership and Integrity Act, they raise the bar in terms of what's expected of a person who is given and bestowed upon this great honor of being a leader. So, and this is where I want to push it again and say, because the Constitution and the law has already raised that bar, should somebody who is in Parliament not first openly advance their parochial interests and self-interest, but also look at what is in the best interest of the people and the country?
Yeah, I believe in an ideal situation that would be what would be expected, Latif. But I have implored on you to live in the real world. And that more often than not, when there is a clash between public interest and self-interest, there is always going to be one that gives way. More often than not, it is the public interest that has to give way.
And I would assume that the purpose of having it in the Constitution and in the law is so that it's very clear that when there's a clash, what takes precedent is public interest.
Correct. But that's the idea. There's many things that are prescribed in law. I mean, all of us know that, for instance, you're not supposed to give or take bribes. But many Kenyans do it without even blinking an eye. So that is an example of a clash of public interest and self-interest.
All right. Now, again, I want to ask about political parties. And when this matter has been canvassed in court, it has come out of the courts that also political parties could play a role in ensuring that we achieve this gender balance, and this is at the nomination stage, right? So can we also say that our political parties, we are here because our political parties have also failed?
Yeah, we take a certain level of responsibility, but I will give you a very good example, Latif. When the by-elections were called in the 5 electoral areas, we actually advertised, and we said we are inviting people to apply to participate in our party primaries. In some way, we didn't receive a single application from a woman. So is it that I am now as the SG required to go into the villages to look for a lady and forcefully include her in this thing, or what?
Yes.
What we understand from the
I've answered. I've said yes.
I don't think
that
I don't think
this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying.
It will clash with other. It will clash with other political rights in the Constitution. You cannot force someone.
I understand this. I'm actually not saying that you should have forced it. I'm saying that as a political party, immediately this seat became vacant. What efforts have you made to go around the county or around that constituency, looking at the membership of your members in that constituency and encouraging the participation of women?
I don't think that is the standard, because as I told you, we as a political party were the first to actually receive that Katiba Institute judgment, and we have gone through it. What it says is that you need to progressively encourage and support women to participate in elections. Now, how do you do that? You see, it is impossible for you over a period of 3 months to develop someone to the stage where they can actually even have the self-confidence to speak before people, to develop their ideas in a way that they can present it. We believe that as a party, this is something that is going to take time, because even the problems that have caused women not to participate in elections are entrenched. It is not something you're going to do over 3 months. Now, we understand, and this is why we're saying you need to create platforms for women. How do you create platforms for women? I look at my own journey. If I was not given an opportunity in the first stages to be able to even develop my confidence, to be able to speak in front of people, to be able to speak on TV, on the radio, you need to create those platforms where a woman can speak to a room of 10 people first down there in the villages, then she can speak before 100, then you can bring in the party leadership, she can engage the confidence of being able to speak before people who matter. So it is something that we have drawn up a proper plan. You will see ODM is the only one that holds this meeting. We had the National Governing Council meeting of the youth last month. I think it was this month, earlier this month in Machakos. We are going to do Women NGC in Kajiado this coming month. And then to cascade those sorts of forums down there to the villages. I was in Bungoma recently. And it is using those platforms such as those, and you allow people to speak from the counties, the wards, all the way to the polling station level. And you as a leader being there, you can be able to identify someone who has at least the basic genetic makeup of politics, because it also takes a certain time. And then you can say this one, if molded, if supported, they can become something. You saw, like yesterday when we announced, even before yesterday, when we were reconstituting our board, the National Elections Board, we have even included a young lady from the Ma community as one of the commissioners in the National Elections Board. You look at the Legal Affairs Committee that we named yesterday. You need to bring these people around politicians and political processes for them to get some feel of the biashara, so that by the time you're getting to address people, even engage in other political party activity, you have some idea of what happened.
When was the ruling?
When
was the Katiba Institute ruling?
I believe it was about 2 years ago.
All right. So
yes.
in 2 years' time,
yes,
you're saying you're talking about ODM drawing up plans. This is the time when you're rolling out these plans and so on and so forth. How much time do you give yourselves as ODM to ensure that you can then meet the requirements of this particular ruling? Or to ensure that as ODM you can sit back and say, in the next election, we have ensured that we have at least 40% female candidates?
First of all, Lati, I can guarantee you, and I want to inform you that ODM, when it submitted its list of aspirants for the 290 constituencies, we were just a few percentage points away from meeting that threshold of having at least 1/3 of your aspirants being of the opposite gender. Even right now, people who are in parliament, if you look at the totality of parliament, ODM is at 29% female, and the balance is men. So going forward in 2022, what we anticipate to do is that by the time we submit our list, it should even be more than the third that people are talking about, especially if we have changed the system of the elections as we have proposed in the BBI to have a mixed member proportionate representation system. Then we will not be having this discussion in the future. But we have put programs to be able to support young women who want to participate in elections, to develop them, and even talking to some of these organizations that support female participants in elections, to tell them that these women need money to be given to them early. The financial support needs to come early, so that you develop people from across the regions, from the grassroots, the way I was describing it. It is very difficult for you to come 6 months to the election when nominations have started and so on and so forth. Then you say you have these finances to support women. Those women will not be there. This is the time to develop those people. And I want you to look at ODM as the model, because for us, we provide solutions for real problems, where we don't just talk. And you can be able to see in the activities that we are doing that there is actually a move towards this. As I was saying, the problem with the Katiba Institute division was that it is possible for ODM to comply and have the list that is presented in the 290 constituencies compliant with the gender principle. But then if we don't agree that, for instance, in a constituency like Starehe constituency in Nairobi, all political parties must give a female candidate, then we will still not achieve what we are trying to achieve. Which is why we think that even the Katiba Institute division is not the solution. It might help in terms of growing the women aspirants and politicians, but if it is realizing the gender rule, the gender principle in the Houses of Parliament, what you need is for us to do away with the first past the post system of election. Because as I've given you an example, if ODM fields a woman in Starehe and all the other political parties have fielded men, although they might have given women tickets in Garissa, then we will still not achieve what we want to achieve.
Let's take a break at this point. We're speaking with Edwin Sifuna, the Secretary General of ODM, taking a break at 29 minutes after 9 to look at the weather and traffic. This conversation continues. We hope that in the next couple of minutes we'll also be joined by the Elgeyo Marakwet Senator Kipchumba Murkomen. Good morning.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Spice up your life. Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah!
You're listening to Spice FM. Spice FM, Nakuru. The weather with Spice FM.
18, warming up just a little bit. We'll go to highs of 25 today and lows of 14. We'll take a look then into Nyeri, where cloudy conditions, partly cloudy, highs of 23 and lows of 14. Nakuru's partly cloudy at 18. We'll go to highs of 23 and come down to lows of 12. It's partly cloudy in Eldoret at 17. We'll go to highs of 22. 27 will be the high in Kisumu and a chance of rains later on. Currently partly cloudy at 23. It's 21 degrees in Kakamega at the moment. We'll go to highs of 26 and come down to lows of 14, and the rain will contribute to cooling things down significantly. It's 28 degrees and partly and mostly cloudy in Mombasa. It will rise just 1 degree to 29 the high and lows of 24 with a chance of rain later on. 27 degrees and mostly cloudy in Malindi. Go to highs of 29 and lows of 25. It's mostly cloudy in Kampala at 21 degrees, going to highs of 25. And in Dar es Salaam, partly cloudy at 27 and a chance of rain later with highs of 29 and lows of 23. Johannesburg is mostly sunny at 16 degrees, going to highs of 24 and lows of 7. It's partly cloudy in Lagos at 30. That'll be the high today and lows of 24. Let's move east into Beijing, where it is hazy at 26. Cloudy conditions are going to rule most of the evening with highs of 27 and lows of 15. We'll take a look into London, where it's mostly cloudy at 11, going to highs of 19 and lows of 10. Paris continues to rain at 13 degrees, and it's going to be that way well into Tuesday from all indications, with highs of 16 and lows of 12. And finally, for now, just getting into Monday morning in New York, 21 degrees. We'll see a high of 26 and lows of 21. Cloudy conditions through the day.
Are you ready? Okay.
Spice FM.
Okay, so we still have that issue at the DOD roundabout, and that's just around Hurlingham with that terrible accident that happened this morning. Still trying to get that bus moved. It's affecting traffic all the way down to Valley Road, Ralph Bunch Road, everywhere that's connecting to our Wings for Deck this morning. So if you're approaching that area, please approach with caution. If you've been stuck, that's what's up ahead. Mombasa Road, we're still going to see those issues then between the Nyeri Stadium roundabout and all the way through to Westlands. Heightened traffic. And also coming off of Thika Road, not too bad right about now. Inbound to the CBD, it's okay. Much better than it was early on. What else? Nope, not too bad. Okay, let us know what you see just in case. But for now, it looks like traffic hour is over for most parts. Spice of MKE on Twitter through the day.
spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
27 minutes to 10 o'clock. This is Kenya's biggest conversation, the Situation Room. In the room this and every morning is Eric Latif, Nduoko, and C.T. Muga. Joining us on the line is Edwin Sifuna, the Secretary General of the Orange Democratic Movement Party.
Mr. Sifuna, when this matter of the Chief Justice's, could I call it an advisory to the President, hit the public sphere, there were many people who had a lot of things to say, but there's one particular comment that is attributed to a lady by the name of Atsango Chesoni. It caught my attention. It was a brief one, but it alluded to the possibility of us having had in our constitution a different form of government than the one we had. Do you believe, for instance, that if we had gone the South African way with our system of government, this issue of the two-third gender rule would not be the issue it is today?
I actually agree, and which is why CJ was saying that if you look at the position of the party, is that the only right solution that is anywhere near the table is the BBI proposal to do away with the first past the post system of election, and you have a mixed member proportional representation system. Of course, it will come with its challenges. We will have to, as of necessity, see an expanded house. Because if we are going to retain the 290 constituencies, and then that are elected directly, and then you have people also voting for political parties, and then out of that, proportionately you allocate seats to meet the gender question depending on the number of votes a political party has received, and also the population of the area. It will deal with the question of one man, one vote in terms of equality of the vote. There are constituencies who feel, for instance, where I come from in Kandui, your member of parliament has 100,000 registered voters on the register, and his colleague from Garissa town has less than 10,000 people on the register, and yet he gets to have the same vote in the house. So you will have certain counties because of their populations getting allocated more seats proportionately to deal with the question of equality of the vote, and also in that particular formula we are able to meet the gender question because it will be used to balance off the numbers of the genders in the house.
And so this would require what, a referendum, some amendment to the constitution, so we can amend now our system of voting?
I think in the totality of some of the proposals, this is something that will require, for instance, in my understanding of the things that require a referendum, it says if you change the role of parliament, you will as of necessity require that you have a referendum. So we are waiting to see, because we are proceeding from the point of the report that was released in November last year, and if those proposals then find favor in the committee and it ends up in the report, we will have a referendum to change the system of elections in this country.
There's something that I have wondered about. It's speculative, of course, but if the president were to heed the Chief Justice's advice, what would we actually see?
That is part of the reason why people are saying we need some bit of clarity on things, because there are various interpretations of what we would be able to see. Number one, if we have an election, does the new parliament get 5 years, or does it serve for the remainder of the term? Because then if you look at the other provisions of the constitution on what a general election is, it means that a general election is required to be an election of members of parliament and the president that is held on the same day. Does it continue in perpetuity that we will be having midterm elections? Because if the new parliament gets 5 years, it means in 2022 we will only have 3 elections. So there is a number of questions there. Then there is a question of how we appropriate money for that election. If, for instance, it dissolves parliament and it becomes functus officio, can it then allocate money for such an exercise? Where will we get the money? There's all sorts of gray areas that I believe that is where the debate should be, not on whether the Chief Justice was right or wrong, whether the President has any choice or not. We should be discussing the consequential elements of implementation of that directive so that everybody is clear on what is going to happen.
even looking at what you may have alluded to in terms of a struggle of getting, more women, if we're going to look at it now from the position of political parties, Edwin, and to say that it is necessary to see more women take on a participatory role in politics, and a bulk of that responsibility then would lie with political parties. Oftentimes we say that if not that you take an active role in making sure that these women are there, it would be difficult to get people to latch on. But I still see it as being something that lies very deeply in an attitude or a mental, a mental attitude towards how women can actually be involved. How do you think this can change then to allow that responsibility that is being given to political parties to take its place, to play its role?
Are you still there, Edwin? All right, I think we've lost Edwin, so let's try and get him back. Meanwhile, we are joined by Kipchumba Murkomen, who's the Elgeyo Marakwet senator. Kipchumba, thank you very much for speaking to us. Mheshimiwa, good morning to you.
Good morning, Eric. How are you?
Very well, thank you. Welcome to the Situation Room.
Thank you.
Just as we get Edwin Sifuna back, he's the ODM Secretary General. The issue that we're discussing is about people who are in the profession of law going into Parliament or joining politics and then interpreting law when they are in politics. Is it just looking at it from a legal perspective, or do you have some partisanship then coming in? And case in point is the advice that we have from the Chief Justice to the President to dissolve Parliament. First of all, what is your view on that advice by the Chief Justice?
First of all, I don't have a problem with the advice of the Chief Justice. His advice to the President is anchored in law. Most of the issues that, remember that the Chief Justice is basically performing an administrative function while transmitting that communication. He's not doing it as a judge of the highest court. That is his duty, administrative duty, just like he would have done the same as the chair of Judicial Service Commission and other administrative bodies that he oversights. In terms of the legal soundness of his communication, one would have to look at the court order that Parliament should be dissolved. It is there that most of the arguments that are being raised, whether those arguments were properly raised at the High Court. There is even a question as to whether we in Parliament, through our lawyers, took this matter seriously when it came before Justice Mativo, and whether we made the legal arguments we are trying to make now. And what also is important to note is that even the appeal, as the Chief Justice noted, our lawyers may not take it seriously. And that is where I think the speakers of both houses should have, if they received the order from the court, should have actually brought it to our notice as leaders. I remember our leadership, and we were busy pushing for this gender bill, and aware that already the court had given orders that we should be enforced. So, first of all, I don't have a problem with the message of the Chief Justice. We must also understand, Eric, that this message from the Chief Justice or the advice to the President is, you must understand the background. There is a very bad relationship within the executive, the judiciary, and Parliament. And in fact, if there was a working and relationship where there is a conversation, there is dialogue between the arms of government, the Chief Justice would have spent more time listening to the concerns that came from Parliament or from the executive that are related to the two-thirds gender rule. Remember also that as a member of Jubilee, I am aware that since 2013, the President has never convened a meeting of Jubilee leadership to discuss how to implement the two-thirds gender rule in terms of Article 181 of Parliament being having a representation of a third of women. He has that is one of the issues that the President has never taken seriously, meaning the executive has never taken it seriously. And I admit to you that there is no time, even 2 years ago, to discuss how to implement the two-thirds gender rule in terms of Article 181 of Parliament being having a representation of a third of women. He has that is one of the issues that the President has never taken seriously, meaning the executive has never taken it seriously. And I admit to you that there is no time, even at my tenure as a leader in Parliament that my party leader has required us to push this issue through. So, in essence, there was no commitment from the beginning. The Chief Justice then, therefore, realizing that his term is coming to an end, would have to answer questions to the people of Kenya for the rest of his life.
Yep.
And this was going to bother him and bother his legacy if he didn't do something about it. So just for him to go home in 3 months and say, okay, there were some letters, there were some orders related to the gender issue, and I did nothing about it, would have been terrible for him. So as a person, the Chief Justice has cleaned his hands and performed his duty, and I think he is perfectly in order to have done what he did. And I think we need to stop trivializing the question of two-thirds gender rule. For us, we must think about it not just about women coming to Parliament, but women being part and parcel of decision-making in this country, women being on the decision table, and we must appreciate that we are poorer if more than half of the population of the country are the minority when it comes to decision-making. Look at the few women who have been nominated and elected to Parliament and the impact they have made in Parliament and our legislative system. Look at what they are doing in their constituencies. Look at the kind of bills they are pushing that deal with matters of family, of women, of children. So we are richer if we can bring as many persons who are of the other gender to the table to be part of decision making. And their thinking is very important for our governance. So for me, as a person, if we don't think about this issue selfishly, this is a great moment. We must thank the Chief Justice for taking the bold step. If for nothing else, it's for us to come back to our senses and discuss the question of gender parity and gender equity in the country, and take it seriously. There was a time when we were told, even in corridors of Parliament, that Parliament is likely to be dissolved. None of us took it seriously. People just thought, it's a joke. Who will dissolve Parliament? Not possible. But the Chief Justice has brought that conversation to the table that is so serious that it can lead to a dissolution of a Parliament and lead to a massive election, so that it can awaken the spirit of Kenyan men and women on the importance of having women
this conversation.
Part of the representation.
Let's take a break. We're speaking with Kipchumba Murkomen, Elgeyo Marakwet Senator, and also on the line with us is Edwin Sifuna, the ODM Secretary General. As we go into the break, I'd like to remind you about those who have defaulted in paying their land rates in Nairobi. You have a 100% waiver of land rates and interest, the interest and penalties, which expires on the 15th of October. Now, what should you do? Property owners should make payments upon obtaining bills or invoices from the City Hall Cash Office, the Makadara Cash Office, or Times Tower Ground Floor Banking Hall. Payments through Cooperative Bank require that payment slips be presented to those offices that I've just mentioned. Failure to present the banking slip for receipting immediately after payment will not relieve the obligation to pay late payment penalties where applicable. So, you see, once you pay, you must then go back to these offices and present the payment receipt. This is a Situation Room. Keep it right here. We'll be back in just a moment. This is about, 13 minutes to 10. Quick math? No, not so quick this morning. Good morning.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Spice up your life. Spice FM. Spice up your life. Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
The conversation continues with Edwin Sifuna and Kipchumba Murkomen.
So, I mean, looking at it, it's clear that everybody has this thought that it is absolutely important for women, or this gender discussion is one that is quite important. So then, if I can just take a step back though and say, and this is for you, Edwin, as well as you, Kipchumba. So then, what's to say or what's to guarantee, even without this threat of dissolution over the heads of members of parliament, what is to guarantee that this conversation is going to take center stage moving forward? and that something will actually be done about it.
Thank you very much. I think you were referring to something about our societal norms and beliefs before I got disconnected.
Yeah.
But the truth is, people must now walk the talk. And for us, we have said as a political party, because the leadership is very clear that this is not an issue that we need to beat around the bush. If you look at the recent changes in the management of the party, we have put together a new NEB and a new disciplinary committee, and out of the 10 members in those two committees, 6 of them are women. The Legal Affairs Committee that we constituted yesterday, 4 out of the 10 members are women, and 3 of those 10 are actually within the youth bracket. So it is about political parties walking the talk. It's not just about talking about these things and then we cannot see any clarity in terms of actions that are being taken to include women in all positions of decision making. The challenge to us, and we have accepted this, is that when we go into the next election, we must have a system of electing that actually guarantees we can beat the hurdles that have been put in place to prevent women from getting elected. Yeah.
Are you introducing the BBI conversation by when you say that when you go into the next election, we must ensure this? I mean, you also said that for us to do that, for us to change how we are electing our representatives into parliament, then we must look at having constitutional amendment that takes us to a referendum. Are you introducing a referendum and a BBI conversation in this now?
No. I think that conversation has always been on the table, Eric. We are saying that we have a constitutional moment in the country. We have to look at the totality of all the challenges we have had with the constitution so that we don't go into referenda every year. It is possible for us to deal with the 20% that people were saying was going to give us challenges in one sweep, so that we deal with even issues of balance of power between the National Assembly and the Senate. I'm sure Kipchumba agrees. The equality of the vote, of the judiciary, and making it a bit more accountable by introducing people like the officers, like the judiciary ombudsperson, strengthening devolution to make the ward the basis of development. All these things that people have been saying would encourage more transparency, more accountability of the people to essentially make what is a good constitution better. So we include even this issue of the gender question.
Let's hear whether the senator agrees with it. Senator, when you hear this and this conversation now coming up, the solution as is being preferred by the ODM Secretary General also lies in us discussing constitutional amendments now.
First of all, I congratulate ODM for now focusing on within their party on how to strengthen women issues, women representation in Parliament. And I always tell Senator Orengo and team that I wish they just brought one senator who is a woman. Senate would already be a 2/3 house, because at the moment we have Jubilee only brought 3 elected senators to Parliament. That is Senator Fatuma, Senator Susan Pig, and Senator Kamar. And had we gotten only one from the ODM side or any other party, we are only missing one senator to be 2/3 in the Senate. In the terms of governors, you remember Jubilee was able to get 2 women governors, and then even Governor Ngilu was a CS in Jubilee government before she became the now party. So basically, the point is that there is a lot that can be done outside the amendment of the law in terms of supporting women and encouraging them. If you look at the women that were nominated to Parliament, the 11th Parliament, you will find those who come from marginalized groups, whether it is Samburu, people like Inasara Korere are now in Parliament. We have Sophia, who though was not nominated, came from Garissa for the first time, a woman from the north to be elected, and so many other parts of the country. And so the point I'm trying to make is that representation, there are things that the party can do by nominating women, exposing them to leadership, like Kifuna said, in their party and other avenues, so that then they can be ready and prepared to run for office. And I think that is a conversation that cannot wait for BBI. BBI is neither here nor there. It is something that is hidden. We usually told it for 2 people. So those are private conversations. What we need to have is a national conversation on gender issue, on a question of ensuring that women are involved in leadership. This BBI is more about creating position for another, 5 men to be elected to higher positions in office, and I don't think it has been predicated on ensuring gender parity in the country.
But does it provide that opportunity?
Of course. If there was going to be a referendum, definitely it was going to provide the opportunity. But I can tell you, Eric, from where I stand, the whole BBI referendum is not something that is absent to many Kenyans. It's not something that I think it's going to happen soon. From my own estimation, it's not a walk in the park. It's not something you can say it will just happen like this. And particularly, the way Parliament has been currently constituted or declared, or as recommended by the Chief Justice, it taints the credibility of Parliament to participate in amending the Constitution. And whereas there is this clamor that we need to do something about amending the Constitution, we can't do it in the Parliament that we have. That is why I, unlike Sifuna, of course, can't blame him. Unlike him, I am saying let us dissolve Parliament now. Let's dissolve Parliament today. Let's go for that election. Some people are saying if we dissolve Parliament today, less women will be elected. Let's go for that dissolution. Even if lesser women are going to be elected than today, let that Parliament arrive with the urgency to amend, to provide the mechanism that we will use to ensure that the Parliament is has a two-third representation, has not more than two-third representation of one gender. So for me, the statement of dissolution of Parliament will forever remind Kenyans the importance of having women and all genders and all people of all say gender, person with disability, youth. It will become a reminder that if we don't take this issue seriously, consequences ensue. So for me, the only way we can follow through the advice of the Chief Justice and to make sure that this issue becomes as serious as it should is to dissolve Parliament, not tomorrow, today.
You said unlike Sifuna. Sifuna, is that your position?
Eric, you should not be letting Kipchumba get away with some of the things that he's saying, because when he says that the BBI is a two-man conversation, he forgets that he attended some of his public consultations. The problem I have with Kipchumba and his team is that when the question is placed to them, what is your proposal on addressing specific problems? You see, even this issue of gender, he's just talking about it in a very nebulous manner. You cannot pick what idea he has given. How can he, as a senator, be the one telling us that Parliament should sit down and give us a framework to achieve the gender principle? He should be telling us that this is the idea we are proposing. It is also very disheartening because even when they were invited publicly, the deputy president, who is Kipchumba's leader, he has refused to let us benefit from his wisdom. When a country is having a conversation about solving problems and you want to hold yourself out as somebody who has these ideas, but you'll only implement when you are elected, yet the conversation is happening now. I don't remember the deputy president ever giving his views to this team. He sent Kipchumba to Mombasa, for instance, and instead of Kipchumba taking that opportunity to give us a solution to the land question, for instance, in Mombasa, he got into this thing that he's talking about now, that BBI has no role to play in addressing the problems of the country. For us as ODM, we have said we want to provide specific solutions to specific problems. So when there is a problem, a constitutional problem, for instance, the push and pull between the executive and the judiciary on appointment of judges.
Yep.
ODM has proposed a specific solution to have a self-executing mechanism in appointment of judges similar to the way laws are self-executing after 14 days.
We're
That is
coming-
a solution to a real problem.
We're coming to the end
so
of the show.
ask my brother.
Yeah.
Let me just finish.
Ask him the
Always
question.
when you have us on these shows, ask Kipchumba what is his specific solution to the gender question. Because for us, we have proposed that we can have a mixed member proportionate representation system that will solve the problem.
So let's hear it from him. Kipchumba, what is Jubilee Asili's solution?
First of all, Eric, I take exception with the infantile interpretations of Mr. Sifuna over the deputy president. And I take that exception because, first of all, deputy president is not my party leader. My party leader is Uhuru Kenyatta. Uhuru Kenyatta has not presented anything to any BBI committee, and I'm entitled to my views as a member of Jubilee, which Sifuna should concentrate on his party, to say that as Jubilee, we are presiding, and I don't advise this BBI process because it is the most, it's a process, one of the processes in this country that is shrouded with secrecy. The most comprehensive processes that have happened in this, of the most comprehensive processes that have happened in this country in any law reform, BBI process is shrouded in mystery. Raila Odinga, we don't know what is his views. He changes from one view to the other. We don't know the views of the president. He has never said it. We don't know the views of Jubilee. The president has never even led Jubilee to present any proposal to this BBI.
What were you doing in Mombasa, Kipchumba?
Please, now I gave you a time to listen. So we know that Jubilee Party has never met to discuss anything. I was in Mombasa to tell the people of Mombasa, Meru, Kitui, to tell them that we must resist this BBI process that is forcing the people of Kenya to amend the constitution in secrecy for the benefit of two people. And my views are public, and my views are personal.
Okay, Kipchumba, what is your solution to this, to what we have now, the gender issue?
I have given you the most concrete solution, that we need to dissolve parliament as envisaged in Article 261 of the Constitution, so that a new clean parliament, purified parliament, can come back now to come and amend the Constitution to provide for an extra seats for women to come to parliament.
And what is your proposal for that provision?
The current parliament, as it is at the moment, by failing to do perform its responsibility, is defiled. We cannot say that that parliament is a clean parliament to continue with this process. So the first concrete solution I'm giving is the same one that the Chief Justice has proposed, that parliament be dissolved. We re-elect parliament. Let's go back for election. Then we'll come and go back. If I lose to a woman, so be it. If I come back, I together with other leaders, we make sure. Because, Eric, maybe unknown to most of you, I was at the forefront in terms of pushing for various legislation, bills of different forms of bills that we wanted to pass in parliament. But parliamentarians, most of them were opposed to it directly, and they're saying we don't want women to be brought to the house through nomination. So for us, we have, for me, the most urgent issue at the moment is to dissolve parliament.
Does this dissolution of parliament guarantee that you will see a mental change of mind? Because we've talked about this issue, that this whole gender issue is not about, it's about a mental state, it's a mental attitude. Will the dissolution of parliament, Kipchumba, guarantee that this mental attitude then will change with whomever comes in to a new parliament?
The constitution envisages that if you dissolve parliament, and I appreciate the drafters of our constitution, if we dissolve parliament, we will have passed a serious statement that the new parliament coming in will know that if they don't do something, it will also be dissolved.
They too will go.
So, number two, we are having now a conversation about women empowerment, gender parity, gender equity. All this conversation is happening because we are discussing dissolution. Don't you think that then that helps political parties who are not taking this issue seriously to progress their conversation to a certain level where now women will be given priority at the moment? Because the gender that is suffering now is women. In future, it might be men. But the point is that conversation is now taking place in an environment that has been forced by law and by the Chief Justice proposing a dissolution of Parliament. I want to say that because today we are deciding gender, I'll discuss land issues with Sifuna when the time comes.
Yep.
We need to focus on seizing this opportunity, dissolve Parliament. Let's elect another one in December, and next year, by March next year, a new Parliament will have found solution to this issue.
As we conclude, Sifuna, your closing remarks, should we dissolve Parliament immediately?
I think, Eric, I said at the start of the show that that matter is now before the courts. We don't really need to go into details of the merits of the case. But I gave my view on what I think is the position of the law. As a lawyer, I believe that the Constitution leaves very little in terms of wiggle room for the President and the Chief Justice, and they have proceeded in accordance with the law. It is the consequential actions that are being discussed now. I would have loved to hear if Murkomen thinks the new Parliament will have a 5-year term or it will have a 2-year, it will serve the remainder of this Parliament's term. I mean, there's a lot of grey areas that need to be cleared, and then we proceed forward as a country.
Kipchumba, fresh term or just it's a by-election?
Yeah, that is a good question. I think, first of all, there's a solution to that. In 2012, you remember, we were to have elections in, some people thought it was August 2012, or it was going to be August 2013. Eventually, the Supreme Court gave an advisory opinion that led us having elections on March 4th, 2013. So that is a very easy one. In my own opinion, if we were going to elect to dissolve Parliament, you will have dissolved the 12th Parliament. We will be discussing about the 13th Parliament, which will serve its term for 5 years. But the best way to resolve that issue is to take an advisory opinion of the Supreme Court as to what period of time will that Parliament serve. These arguments, including the one Sifuna is making and myself, be made from both sides, will help the Supreme Court make a decision. And I think the right decision will be that's a Parliament for 5 years. And if, I know there are conflicting sections of the Constitution which says that general elections happen at the same time for all the 6 seats on 2nd of August every 6 years and so forth. But those questions will have to be presented before the Supreme Court. The advantage we will have, Eric, is that if we were to have the 3 elections of the women rep, the senator and National Assembly, member of National Assembly, or somewhere in this December, so that in 2022 we'll only elect 3 seats. It will be very beautiful that we will have a Parliament going on, and it's not based on presidential elections. When we will have the next presidential elections, it will be a shorter period. It will help in stability of the country. We'll be akin to what happens in the United States, where you have elections every 2 years, and the presidential elections not necessarily go with the senatorial and the Congress elections. So if we were to do that, there would be extra benefits to it.
You see benefits.
What's important to me, notwithstanding my arguments, whether it is for the 2 years remaining, or for 1 and something year remaining, or it's going to serve for 5 years, I would be very happy if Parliament is dissolved to make a statement on this issue once and for all.
Asante Nisana. Gentlemen, we want to thank you very much for speaking to us today. Like you said, we'll invite you again. We need to talk about the issue of land as well, and this is a matter that is really crucial and needs to be discussed, and also leadership. So there are those that are proposing, let's expand our executive. There are those that are opposed to the expansion of the executive, and we've heard from both of you. We'll invite you again, and we hope that you'll accept our invitation.
Thank you, Eric. Anytime, but there was a very bad echo from your side, and it was interfering with my thought process.
Paul Sana for
I apologize.
Okay.
Thank you.
Asante Nisana.
Thank you. Asante Sana.
All right, have a good one.
Sana.
Coming up to, it's about 7 minutes past 10. We have extended the show today just because we were speaking to the two gentlemen, and the Senator for Elgeyo Marakwet was unable to join us earlier for this conversation. Just to remind you as we conclude today's show that you have until the 15th of October to take advantage of this 100% waiver on land rates in the county of Nairobi. And land rates defaulters should be aware that failure to pay within the above period will attract legal consequences, which are many, including compelling you to pay directly to the county government until the land rates and interest due are fully paid, cancelling or withdrawing any license or permit granted in the premises in which land rates have not been paid, charging the property over unpaid rates plus interest until the full amount is cleared, or also if you have a case that is pending before court for recovery of rates arrears, you will be required to pay the legal costs incurred. So please take advantage of this waiver period until the 15th of October and ensure that you enjoy. City, let's conclude with today's proverb.
If there's cause to hate someone, the cause to love has just begun.
If there's cause to hate someone, the cause to love has just begun.
Two sides of the same coin.
Indeed. Thank you very much for tuning in. Join us again tomorrow, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m., The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Shake it, shake it, shake it.